create code, doing repetitive testing, searching through millions of documents. Those parts will get easy and have gotten easy. AI can help you with those things. But the parts that require judgment, creativity, problem solving, understanding business context, and making trade offs, those become more valuable, not less. Right? So companies don't need people who can write code anymore because, well, Claude and ChatGPT can do that for you. But they need people who can figure out what to build, why to build it, and how to build it reliably and at scale. So they need people who can ask the right questions, right? And that's where you all come in. And that's where your education matters. And that's what we're going to talk about next. Is specific skills that will make you invaluable. So I've spent some time like doing this work myself, but I also hired AI operators like engineers, QA, product. And so I've distilled this down to 6 core capabilities that make you all successful in the AI era. First, strong fundamentals. This is the non-negotiable foundation. And I'll talk about each of these a little more in detail. The second is AI literacy, understanding how AI works, not necessarily building it from scratch. Problem framing, translating business problems into technical solutions.
System thinking. This is seeing the full picture, not just individual components. Human judgment and ethics, knowing when and how to involve humans. And finally, the most important one actually is learning how to learn, right? Adapting as your technology evolves. These aren't random. These are skills that industry leaders consistently say make the difference between average engineers and exceptional ones. And here's what's important. You can all build these skills potentially in the next 6 to 12 months. So let's go through each of them one at a time. So quick check to make sure you guys still see my screen. Okay, perfect. Let's go back. So the first non-negotiable is foundations. So let's start with that. And I'm going to be really direct here. Strong fundamentals are non-negotiable. So listen to your teachers. What I mean by fundamentals is data structures and algorithms, for example. It's not for coding interviews, but it's for making smart design decisions. Databases, APIs, and system design, right? This will help you understand how systems communicate and how they scale. So your fundamentals are very important. And remember that tools will change, but fundamentals will compound, right? The frameworks that you learn today might be outdated in 5 years, but data structures, algorithms, system design principles, these are timeless. They're how you think about problems. And that's the foundation you're building right now as you go through your course. So again, strong fundamentals are non-negotiable. The second skill is AI literacy. And to be very clear about what this means, this is not about becoming an AI researcher. This is not about reading papers, implementing neural networks from scratch. Unless you want to specialize in ML research, you don't need to do that. What you do need to understand is how models work at a high level. What's a training data set? What's inference? What's the difference between supervised and unsupervised learning? You need those concepts and not the math. What training data means, right? If a model was trained on a certain data, what biases might it have? What will it be good at? What will it struggle with? And this is a really big area of expertise that's required in AI right now, is training data for models and ensuring that it's fair and inclusive and equitable. You also need to understand model limitations and failure modes. When does AI hallucinate, right? And when does it fall? When does it fail silently? And what are its blind spots? You need to be able to answer those questions, and you need to be able to think through these. When AI is the wrong solution, this is so important to know. So AI literacy is not just knowing about when to apply it, it's equally about knowing when not to apply it. Not every problem needs a machine learning solution, right? Sometimes a simple rule based system is better, more reliable, and easier to maintain. So the second skill is AI literacy. So let's move to the next. Skill three is problem framing. This is where average engineers and standout exceptional engineers really diverge. Problem framing is your ability to translate vague business problems into solvable technical ones, right? Think about that, because you're not just working with tech first people, you're working with a lot of business folks. So a product manager might say, we need you to improve user engagement. But what does that actually mean technically? What are you measuring? What are you optimizing for? And know what not to automate. Again, like, this is important in problem framing because you're designing that solution. A manual review might be better sometimes, and sometimes a simple dashboard might beat like a complex AI system. So knowing what not to build is as important as knowing what to build. And finally, this is the most important thing on this slide. You will hear about this as you enter your workforce, is understand the why behind the requirements. So important, saves companies millions of dollars. Which just means don't just implement features, right? Understand the core business problem you're solving. So for an example, say a company says, build us an AI to predict customer churn, which is when are customers stopping to use our product, right? And why? A junior engineer might start building models immediately, right? But a senior engineer will ask, what will you do with these predictions? How soon do we need them? What accuracy is good enough for this prediction? And what happens if you're wrong? Because you're trying to understand the implications of the solution that you're building. All of this is problem framing. It saves months of wasted work. And so it's a critical skill that you can develop even as students. So this is an important one. The fourth one is systems thinking. This one is about seeing the full picture, right? In the AI era, you can't just think about building a model or fixing one particular problem. You need to think about the entire system. So, data, model, deployment, and monitoring. How does data get collected? How do you train and update it? How do you deploy them reliably? How do you know when they're failing? You need to know end to end. The second one is understanding trade offs. So, systems thinking helps you make intelligent decisions at every point and every turn. Do you want speed or do you want accuracy? Do you want low latency or do you want high throughput? Simple and maintainable or complex and powerful? There's no best, right? It's only trade offs based on your needs and your constraints. So, understanding that is very important. And designing for scale, reliability, and failure. In the product world, we call these non functional requirements. And that's because no product person writes this in their requirement, but it is very, very important that every feature that's built considers these. So, what happens when your system gets 10x more traffic, right? Say you're a B2C customer and you launch a new product, and suddenly some TikTok makes it viral and you get 10x more traffic. So, how do you handle that, right? And what happens when your model starts making bad predictions? What's your rollback plan? You need to be able to design for all of this. So, that's again under systems thinking. And thinking about the full production life cycle, right? Development is just 20% of the work. The other 80% is monitoring, maintaining, and improving your systems over time. This is why system thinking matters. You're not just building one part of a solution, you are building a reliable, maintainable system, or at least you're building something that has to interact with a larger system. So, developing the system thinking ability is super important. Um, this one is my personal favorite, and very early on, I realized this was my strength, which is human judgment and ethics. And let me frame this correctly. This is not philosophy, this is your career insurance. And what do I mean by that? Knowing when human review is required is very, very important. Some decisions are too important to automate fully, like medical diagnosis or loan approvals or legal decisions. These need human oversight, and you need to know when to fully automate and when to introduce a human in the loop. It's important to understand bias and trust. If your model is biased against certain demographics, it's just not unethical, it's a legal liability and a business risk. So companies have been sued over these biased algorithms, and this is real. Personally, for me as well, when ChatGPT was new, I used it extensively to improve my work. And I did this small experiment where I said, hey, ChatGPT, based on everything you know about me and my work, how do you think I look? This was when the image generation was brand new. It created a sophisticated looking man with glasses in a suit. And that really made me laugh. I was like, why did you think that I was a man in a suit? And it said, well, you're an AI influencer, you've had C suite roles, you talk about strategy. It just seems like you come across as this powerful person. And so I said, why can't women be that? And then it paused and it asked me, it said, you have demonstrated empathy, so you probably are a woman. And by saying that, it again typecasted empathy for women. I know a lot of men who are empathetic and great leaders. So understanding impact bias is very important. The next one is communicating uncertainty clearly. Have you seen when I think all of the top products now have that, where they say it's only 80% accurate, it's only 85% accurate? It's really important for us to communicate that. I use a product called Replit to prototype. It's fantastic. It actually shows you how it's thinking through. It says, we're doing this step now, we're doing this step now. And it also says this output might not be 100% accurate, so verify it. So AI models that, especially the ones that predict, we need to understand that it's probabilistic and it's not certain, right? And as a builder, you need to be able to communicate about that. And that again falls under your human judgment. And the last piece here is building responsible AI systems, thinking about privacy, fairness, transparency, accountability from the start, right? This cannot be an afterthought. This cannot be, we might get sued by X and X group, so let's see what we can do now. This has to be part of the solutions you guys develop. And this, again, is a skill that needs to be developed. This is not an afterthought. And here's why this matters to you and to your careers, right? Companies are increasingly held accountable for their AI systems. Regulators are paying attention, customers care, media reports on it. So, engineers who understand these issues are valuable because they help companies avoid massive problems before they happen. So, imagine how valuable you are to a company if you're going to help them avoid $1 million case that they have to then spend billions maybe defending. So, the fifth skill, human judgment and ethics. The final skill, the sixth and final, and this might be the most important one, guys, and not just for students, I think for everybody, learning how to learn. Sit with that for a minute. Here's a truth you need to accept, that tools, frameworks that you're learning today will be different in 18 months. So TensorFlow, PyTorch, whatever the new hot framework is now, it will change. So what matters is not mastering one specific tool. What matters is your ability to learn new tools quickly. What does this skill look like, right? Let's talk about that. Pick a new framework and fast, right? When a new tool comes out, you can read the docs, follow tutorials, and get productive quickly, or just dive in and test it out. Read documentation and research papers, I would say, not in full detail, but at least be able to run it through, say, something like Notebook LLM. I use Notebook LLM to learn very quickly. I upload a lot of documents there. It produces like a mind map, an information map for you to understand the concepts. It automatically generates a podcast, which you can listen as an audiobook. And then it also quizzes you. So if there's something with a lot of documentation, use AI to help you learn. Notebook LLM comes to mind. I sometimes use Claude and say, as an expert, teach me this topic. And it does a fantastic job, by the way. I'd say learn in public or build in public. Build public projects on GitHub. Write blog posts explaining what you learned. Share your work. If you're not on LinkedIn or any other professional network, please get on it, whatever is age appropriate for you, because it has two benefits. One, teaching helps you learn better. And I mean it, it does. And two, it helps you build your portfolio. That visibility is important. And the last kind of piece to this is stay curious, not anxious, right? Don't panic every time a new tool comes out. Get curious about it. Play with it, see what it's good at. That's how you kind of stay ahead. And here's what I tell students of all ages: your degree is a snapshot of what you know today. But technology evolves constantly. And engineers who thrive aren't the ones who knew the most in college. They're the ones who never stopped learning. So, these six skills, if there's one thing that you can get started on today, it's learning how to learn. Okay, so we've covered the six skills. I know some of you are thinking, well, this sounds great, but where do I actually start? So here's a concrete roadmap, and you can customize it to your stream of learning. And here's what you should focus on, say, the next 6 to 12 months. Technical foundation. First, master. I can hear my own voice echo. Was something unmuted? Is there a question? Okay, I
No,
can
no,
go back.
no question.
Okay, okay, great. First, master at least one programming language deeply. Don't try to learn 5 languages shallowly, right? You either pick Python, Java, JavaScript, whichever aligns with your career goals, and get really good at it. And the second, pick one AI stack. Don't try to learn everything deeply. Like, pick one area. If you like infrastructure, learn ML pipelines or ML ops. If you like data, learn data engineering and analytics. If you like application building, then learn Gen AI and building with LLMs. Build 2 to 3 real end to end projects, not tutorial projects, real ones with messy data, real constraints, and documented trade offs. This will, excuse me, this will teach you more than any course or certification that you have to pay for externally outside of your regular education. So get that experience. Practical experience insist cannot insist more that how important this is. Get a hands-on experience through internships, research projects, or open source contributions. Even if it's unpaid or part-time, real-world experience is worth more than any book or paper that you would read, right? And while you're doing that, show how you think, not just what you build. Or when you present your projects, explain your decisions. For example, I chose this architecture because this model did not work because. That's what interviewers want to see, right? They don't want to see what you've done, they want to see how you think. One other way of doing that is writing really detailed README documents. I know it feels like an overkill, but document your decision making process. Like, this really helps others, but it also shows potential employers how you think, which is what they're trying to assess you on. And the third one is a career mindset. Don't chase every AI trend, like I said, right? Every week there's a new model, there's a new upgrade, there's a new framework, there's a new hype cycle. And you don't need to learn them all. Like, pick areas of interest and then go deep. I'd say depth over buzzwords. Companies never hire people who've tried every tool for one day, right? They hire people who've built real projects with a small set of tools and they understand them deeply. And that's what you should be aiming to do. And finally, curiosity over perfection. Your first project won't be perfect, and that's okay. Build it, learn from it, and build the next one better. And that's how you will grow. I told you previously that I have hired a lot of people with AI skills, and I've interviewed for roles, for AI specific roles as well. Even when I co founded my startup, I had to go through a vigorous interview. And I'll let you in on one secret. And what everybody say is that companies don't hire you for what tools you know. They hire you for how fast you'll grow tomorrow. Give that another thought. How fast you'll grow tomorrow. The tools you list on your resume today, top sections always familiar tools or skill set. The tools that you list may be outdated in 2 years. But if you can show that you learn quickly, you can solve problems creatively, you can think clearly about trade offs, those skills are timeless. So when companies interview you, they're not testing to know if you know Python or PyTorch. They're assessing, can you learn new tools quickly? Can you break down ambiguous problems? Can you work with others? Guys, this is so important, which is why your team projects are really important. You're not working in isolation, you're always working in collaboration. So it's very important to be able to work with others. Can you communicate technical details clearly? And what this means is understanding your audience. If you are talking to a finance leader, how would you explain your needs? If you're talking to a product person, how would you talk about your technical ideas? If you're talking to sales, how would you talk about it? So, understand your audience and communicate your technical ideas clearly. And the last thing is, do they have good judgment? Like, are you able to decide what is the right algorithm? What is the right big picture? What's the right approach, strategy? Do you have good judgment? That's what they are assessing you on. So, if you have these qualities, your tools and language truly don't matter. They'll teach you, these companies will teach you their stack. But what they can't easily teach is how you think and how you learn. So when you're building your portfolio, don't just show projects, show your thinking process, show how you've learned, show how you've improved. And that's what's going to set you apart. Let me give you some very practical how to stand out kind of tips, right? These are things you can start doing today. I've I've touched upon some of these through the slides, but let's kind of summarize this. One, document your thinking. Do not just push code to GitHub. Explain your decisions. Write readmes that walks through what you're thinking. What was the problem? What approaches did you try? What worked? What didn't? Why? Right? And this shows maturity. This shows mature engineering thinking. Work with messy data. Like, don't just use Kaggle's cleaned data sets. Like, find real world problems with messy, incomplete data. That's where you learn data cleaning, handling missing values, dealing with outliers. That stuff that takes 80% of your time in real jobs. It really does. The corner cases. Build in public, I've told you about this previously as well. It's super important to have that visibility. So get out there, put your thinking and put your writing out there for people to see. Network is something you build over a period of time. It doesn't happen overnight. So you have the time advantage. Start building your network right now. And you do that by genuinely interacting with industry leaders, by genuinely showing curiosity in the work they do and the work you do. I would say participate in communities like Stack Overflow or Reddit or Discord communities. Ask good questions, genuinely help others, and this helps build your network and your learning. This is getting a little bit into being very preachy, but it'll be a miss if I don't tell you why. When you're commenting, say on LinkedIn or Discord or Reddit, just know that these things live on forever. So if you're feeling silly or if you feel like bullying someone there for saying something that didn't make sense to you, don't do it. You can say it in your head, don't put it in writing on public forums. I kid you not, employers look through everything and it will surface, it will bubble up. So don't do that. Be helpful and do only constructive stuff. Stay updated. Don't feel overwhelmed, right? There are two, three really good trusted sources for AI news. I was going to share a document with some of the resources I use after the session. I'll send it out. And if you guys find value in it, that's great. I read this thing called AI This Week. It's a newsletter, it captures all the top AI news. And again, guys, this is relevant to where I am. I live in Boston, in Massachusetts, US. And so a lot of my news is from this point of view. So you might have some others there that are amazing. There's a podcast called Lenny's Newsletter. Fantastic, especially if you like product and strategy. It's fantastic. Like he has a lot of good resources, so check that out. And there's another podcast that I listen to called How I AI by Claire Foe. It's superb. So essentially, every episode she takes a practical case of how someone's using AI in their work. And it's not necessarily like the AI companies, but it's regular companies looking to leverage AI. So find your two, three trusted sources for AI news and don't try to read everything. Focus on deep work. Quality over quantity. Work on one great project because a one great project beats 10 mediocre ones. It's better to have one well documented, thoughtful project that solves real problems than 10 half finished tutorials or Udemy courses because depth matters. So I want to end with the most important message of this entire session. You will not be replaced. You will be needed. Really. Every generation of engineers face a technology shift. In the 90s, people were worried that internet would eliminate jobs. In 2000s, people were worried about outsourcing. In 2010, people were worried about automation. And yes, those technologies change how we work. Some jobs disappeared, but many more jobs were created. New industries emerged. Engineers who adapted thrived. This AI shift feels big, and it is big, and I won't minimize that, but it's also full of opportunity, right? If you build strong fundamentals, think clearly about problems, and stay curious, you won't just survive in the AI era, you'll thrive. You'll be the engineers who knows how to use AI as a tool, who knows when to use it, when not to, who can build systems that are reliable, ethical, valuable. You'll be engineers that companies need, and not just today, but 10 years from now, when AI has evolved even further, you will be needed. So, at the end of the day, technology is a tool, and people who know how to wield these tools effectively will always be valuable. So, I just wanted to say don't be afraid, be prepared, be curious, and be thoughtful because your future in tech is bright. Thank you, guys. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Sumedha. Now we'll have one interactive question and answer session. Dear students, if you want to ask any question, just raise your hand. We'll provide mic to you. You can ask the question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Iha, and thank you for such an insightful session. As you mentioned, an efficient engineer will start off by asking right questions. I'm here with a few. What AI projects do you think would impress recruiters mostly, and how does an AI intern stand out during an internship?
Thank you for the question, Viha. I heard the first part of the question, Lily, which was what AI projects impresses employers. Could you repeat the second part of your question?
The second part was, how does an AI intern stand out during an internship?
Okay, okay, great. So, first and foremost, an AI job is not a generic job. All jobs require AI skills, right? So, what an interviewer is looking for is some of the things that I touched upon here, which is a project that solves a real problem, that shows how deeply your thinking is demonstrated in the project. So, all of those README files, all of the trade offs, the decisions you've made to make this project successful, they need to be able to see that. And they want to understand the depth of knowledge you have in the problem area and in the solution you're proposing. So I would say if you're building a project for an interviewer purpose, pick a project that you understand really well, pick a problem you understand really well, and demonstrate the solution in a way that the skills I mentioned are highlighted. Not just that the code was formatted, it looked beautiful, all of that is probably important, but it needs to solve a real problem and showcase your skills. The second question was internship. There are a lot of internship roles right now. And for you to stand out, have a public persona. And that could mean having a LinkedIn page, or that could mean being on Discord or Reddit. Show that you are genuinely curious and excited to be in this field, and not something you decided a week ago to apply to this internship, right? So that's kind of what they'll see. um, and networking. Your network will land you your first job, your 10th job, your 20th job. So definitely build that network, your alumni network from college, but also an online network based on your interests. So I would say that would be critical for you to stand out.
Okay, ma'am, got that. Thank you. Hope that answers the question. It really did, yes.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. So the question I have is like there's been a lot of discussion about AI tools like DeepSeek being misused and raising privacy issues. So how can developers, companies, and users prevent such misuse while still being benefiting from the AI?
Yeah, well, this is the million-dollar question that every top AI company is right now considering, which is how do you make AI safe at the same time and make it useful? So, on a global level, there's a lot of work going on about AI regulation. There's AI ethics that people and companies are implementing to be able to use it more carefully. But what does that mean for you? Like I said, AI ethics regulation and regulatory requirements shouldn't be an afterthought. Designing your systems and your solutions, they should be part of your solution. So be in a highly regulated environment, we are still not using AI that much for big decisions. And the way they're skirting around that problem right now is by introducing humans in the loop. But for B2C products, that's not the case. I want to go back to your question. Was your question more how would you design systems that are more ethical, or as a consumer, what you can do?
As a like developer, how would you like develop it more ethical way that it can be misused?
Well, I think the fact that you're thinking about it already makes you a better developer, because you should be thinking about these things when you're designing your solutions. Designing ethical, well, talking in technical terms, remember I said non functional requirements, latency and transparency and all of those things. think through those while you're designing your system, and think about fairness, think about bias. It's a very difficult thing to crack individually because all of us have internal biases ourselves. So I would say do it as a collaborative effort. So even when you're designing your solution, the best part about these LLMs, I'm a fan of Claude purely because of how ethical Anthropic is. The best part about that is there's collective wisdom you can pick from. So when you're designing a solution, don't just put your brain into it. Talk to these LLMs like they are your juniors or your assistants and pick from that collective wisdom. So to kind of answer your question in short, the fact that you're asking me makes this question makes me happy that you're thinking about it. So that's the right way to go about it. Think about it and implement it in your core solutions.
Anyone else? Anyone want to ask?
Hello, ma'am. My question is, we can fool AI models very easily. Like, Gemini, let it be Gemini, let it be Grok. They have added many security filters, but the image generators they have bypassed the security filters within hours. How can we prevent it?
How can we as consumers prevent falling for it, or as designers building the next one? Is it the latter?
Yeah, ma'am. How can designers prevent it?
Yeah. Well, unless you're going to go after building your own model, then this is a question you have to think about. Like if you're building your own core model, then what needs to go into it that it doesn't have these fake results, right? And that I'm trying to remember the actual word. So it's not accuracy, but there is a percentage which all of these models have to meet for you to know how reliable it is. But if you're not building your own model, but if you're building a solution on an existing model, the best way to not fall for it is to build your applications to catch these edge cases. And the way I do it at my work right now is a lot of transparency. So the solution that we were building was an automated test generation software, right? And it wasn't always accurate. So the accuracy level is what I'm talking about. Yeah. So the model accuracy varied significantly if we use DeepSeek versus if we use OpenAI's model. And so the way we helped our users get the best out of the product is we used better UX. And on the UX, we would talk about what model we used, what's the accuracy level of that model. So that way you're putting the decision making back on the user, and you are not saying this is a definitive answer. At its core, all model outputs are probabilistic, right? So there is already a margin of error. So the way you can build better apps on existing models is by designing better UI UX that talks about these gaps, and then a lot of transparency in what model you're using, for what purpose, and why. That goes a long way. But I think overall, the industry is moving so fast. Whatever was a problem, like even with Gemini and 2 weeks ago, will be handled maybe in the next week, right? So it's moving so fast that when you actually start building, you might have better core models.
Hi, Sumedha. This is Manjunath, sir.
Sir, ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹೌದು. ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you so much for inviting me. This is fantastic. I don't recognize this room though. ಇದೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
KSSEM, college.
So it's a different building. Okay.
Different place.
Okay. Okay.
I think in the Vijay also below.
Huh?
Vijay not like below.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, thanks for your support, your effort. In the future, also do some programs. Okay, please guide our students. These are your juniors.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This was great. I'll share the slides and I wanted to also share some resources about what podcasts to follow, what newsletter to use, etc. I'll do it after the session.
I really through your presentation, really well. So, low key to especially to make the students understand from the very basic level. I really appreciate the effort that you have taken to present this and bring students understand from the basic things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, guys, you have a fantastic event. All the best for the rest of the sessions. So, does that mean I'm free to jump off if no other questions?
Thank you for the insightful session, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody. Bye.
It is my pleasure to welcome our resource person, Shri Gajendra Babu, an accomplished engineering leader with 18 years of experience driving data and AI strategy and building global platforms that serve over 400 million users. He is currently a senior engineer leader at Apple, where he leads large-scale AI and data initiatives and builds high-throughput platforms for personalization and real-time systems. Prior to this, he held key engineering leadership roles at Microsoft and Honeywell, leading global teams and delivering enterprise-scale reliable solutions. He is also an IEEE senior member, journal reviewer, and keynote speaker at multiple conferences, reflecting both technical depth and industry leadership. We are honored to have him with us today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Gajendra Babu. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction there. Let me start sharing my screen. Can you please confirm if you're able to see my screen and hear me good?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
All right? How about the presentation now?
Yes, visible. Just tell them.
All right.
You are not visible, sir.
Am I not visible?
Give the input. If it is
No,
visible.
PPT is visible, but your photo is not coming. Your video is not coming. Yeah. It came with
changes start.
All right. Excellent. So we're good to start, right? All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Gajendra. I'm proud to be here presenting this talk on responsible AI. Thank you very much for the invitation to present at India AI Pre-Summit. It truly means a lot to me. I was once a student like one of you, learning from many professors in this room. Firstly, I'm grateful to Dr. Manjunath sir for giving this opportunity to share my experience with the students. It is both an honor and a privilege. I'd like to thank Principal Sir, Tanushree ma'am, and all the faculty attendees who made this event possible. I would like to share a little background about me. I'm a 2007 pass out from KSIT College, a sister institute of KSSEM. I am proud to mention my university seat number on this slide. Since my graduation, I have navigated multiple events, including Microsoft, where I worked for more than a decade. Now, I'm currently serving as senior engineering leader at Apple from company of you. Currently based out of Seattle, Washington. Across companies, I have built large-scale data pipelines and AI systems that are used by millions of people. What I want to share today is not really from a textbook, but rather actually what happens when AI moves from a demo to the real world. Today's talk is about responsible AI. More from an engineering perspective, we will explore how to incorporate safety, trust, inclusiveness, and accountability throughout the AI lifecycle to build a responsible AI system that will maintain public trust and deliver sustained social benefits. Let me first start with a simple question. An AI demo that looked amazing, but when you've never heard about it again. This happens all the time in the real world. Many AI models look great in demos, hackathons, or research papers for that matter, but 6 months later, they quietly disappear. Not because the model was bad, but because it could not survive real world use. The key idea here is simple, right? AI does not fail at experimentation. AI fails when we try to deploy it in the real world. Here is an important statement I want you to remember. Most AI failures are not model failures. They are engineering failures. In production, AI systems face many factors. There are real users using it, real data changes that can happen, and then legal and social consequences that are associated with the AI models being used. A model might be accurate in a lab, but production is a completely different environment that it needs to deal with. Let's make this very concrete. Here is some common failure patterns I see in current industry. Firstly, models are trained on old or static data, while the real world keeps changing very often. Second, ethics or compliance reviews done once or twice, while systems change every month or in fact weekly, right? Third, teams optimize for accuracy. We are super focused on accuracy, right? But users complain about unfairness or confusing decisions that is being thrown at them. Last, no rollback or shutdown strategy being planned when something goes wrong in AI-based systems. So remember, high accuracy model does not mean a true deployable model. Compliance does not mean safe system all the time. Innovation does not automatically create trust from the users. There is definitely a gap between experiments that we do in the lab and what production systems have to deal with. Experimentations happen mostly as POC, the prototypes that we do with static data sets, where we have controlled assumptions and no visibility beyond certain limits. Whereas production systems deal with real users, regulations, abuse, and edge cases for that matter, which are mostly missed during experiments. And more importantly, accountability, right? Gap exists due to lack of engineering discipline, which we will talk in a few minutes. Let me share a simplified example. A major tech company deployed an AI-powered hiring model. Their hiring model was trained on data from past successful hires. While the model achieved very high accuracy on benchmark tests, it quietly failed when deployed to screening the real job applicants. The model exhibited biases against certain demographic groups that it picked, unfairly excluding the qualified candidates, even though they were qualified for taking them as a selection. This case illustrates the need for explainability of the system and human oversight as essential requirements, right? Like I mentioned, the hiring model passed all the accuracy test benchmarks, but once deployed, it started rejecting qualified candidates from certain groups. What is this, right? It's a sort of a bias. It's a failure that we are trying to get to. There are multiple reasons to it, right? It could be not explaining its decisions, the bias towards the edge cases that we have here. There was no audit trail to basically go and look at it. Humans could not override decisions if they had to make a change. The lessons here is very important. A model that cannot explain itself cannot survive in the production. Honestly, policy did not fail here, right? Engineering aspects were missing. Many organizations today respond to AI risk by writing long policies. They create ethics committees, documents, and review boards. But here is the real problem. As you all understand, policy does not run in production, but whereas the code basically runs in production. So if responsibility is not built into pipelines, your tests that you are writing and runtime systems, it will fail under real world pressure. To give you an example, a large enterprise had a 40-page AI ethics policy. They also had quarterly ethics reviews, legal sign-offs. They still deployed a biased screening model, right? Because none of those controls ran in CI/CD or in real production. This is bound to happen. If responsibility lives outside your engineering, for sure it will fail under load. Let me use this slide to show you something very important. Everything you see here is real. These are not startup demos or research papers, right? These are official government of India initiatives published through PIB and METI. This is soon growing at scale into our lives. AI is being actively planned across many real world, like the Indian judicial systems, public governance to support areas such as case management, legal research, court processes, and citizens assistance through e-courts, right? Alongside these applications, India is building a full AI stack that goes beyond models to include infrastructure, data centers, compute platforms, etc., etc. If data compute or infrastructure is weak, AI systems cannot be trusted. To guide large-scale adoption, India has also outlined an AI governance framework focused on trust, fairness, accountability, safety, and responsible deployment that needs to be done. The message is not to avoid AI, right? But to adopt it responsibly at scale through continuous monitoring, clear ownership, and accountability after deployment. For students and future engineers here, this highlights an important point. Responsible AI is not just an ethics topic. It is a real engineering responsibility that will shape public trust and social impact. Now let's come to the core idea of this talk. Responsible AI should be treated like any other engineering discipline. We already know how to do various things in the system now, right? We engineer security, we engineer reliability, we engineer privacy in the system, and we also do observability, right? The various things that we tackle. Responsible AI is no different and should be engineered the same way, right? Special note about the privacy, right? It's very important to basically have a system which is going to cater to the privacy rules that we have. Privacy is very relevant to today's world, right? The PII information, personal identifiable information should be handled in a better way. So any projects that we pick is very essential to be catering to policies that could be specific to the country, region, any other policies that you come across. Some of them might include GDPR, CCPA. There are a number of policies that every company or every country comes up with. Let me translate responsible AI into engineering language now. There are many things we could talk about when it comes to responsible AI. I'll pick few major ones for this talk purpose. Firstly, let's talk about fairness. Fairness means bias is treated like a bug, right? Second, misuse resistance, meaning the system can detect abuse and have clear path forward when this happens. Third, data minimization is another aspect that we need to consider. What does that mean? It means we only collect what we truly need and also respect user privacy, like I called out earlier. Fourth, explainability, meaning every decision that was made by your AI model can be clearly explained if need be. Lastly, operational responsibility exists with us, right? It's important to think about automated retraining, incident response capabilities built into the system itself, while also continuously monitoring the systems. This is not just philosophy that I'm trying to throw at you, right? This is rather system design that needs to be thought through by every engineer aspiring to work on the present and future, which is deeply AI-based systems. Responsible AI spans the full life cycle, right from data engineering to model engineering to deployment and to operational engineering. If responsibility is missing even on one layer, the system is going to eventually fail in the first place. Most AI problems start with poorly engineered data, right? Data is a very important aspect. If your data has bias, missing history, or unclear consent, your model will amplify those problems. So in large public systems like national identity or welfare platforms, this can lead to exclusion at a massive scale. That's why data lineage, versioning, and bias checks are very, very critical. Let's take it this way. If your data is not auditable, your model that is trained based on this data cannot be trusted. I also have to call out that of lately, real-time data has become very critical to data engineering. And in turn, keeping up to accuracy of the AI models, real-time data is very essential. There used to be days when purely batch processing was sufficient. That's no longer the case. We need systems that can train models in almost real time. I go by this analogy. If you feed garbage into the system, garbage data into the model, you can't expect a value that is going to come out of it. So keep in mind, garbage in, garbage out, value in, value out. So we decide what needs to go in. Now let's talk about how model accuracy plays a role here. In industry, in lab setup, we care less about how accurate a model performs. Then certain times we will be super focused on accuracy. We rather care about how it behaves in the real world as such, right? That means reproducible training pipelines, deterministic features have to be developed, fairness treated as regression test. If fairness actually breaks, build should fail, right? Just like a broken unit test. So it has to be very clearly defined and implemented into the system. Like model engineering is important, deployment engineering is equally important. One of the biggest mistakes team make is deploying AI systems everywhere at once and later thinking about how to get out of it. If it doesn't work, what to do at a later point of time. This is very common pattern in most organizations. There is a need for responsible deployment, which includes shadow deployments, canary releases, gradual rollouts that we need to plan, and very importantly, humans must be part of the system, not just as a fallback. Importantly, you should always be able to shut down an AI system or part of it very safely if there is a need that the system is not performing or it is actually causing a pain in the system. Talking about operational engineering, right? As we all realize, AI systems change over time. Models degrade, data shifts are very much possible. Abuse appears as the scale increases more and more. That's why responsible AI is an ongoing operational responsibility. We should monitor fairness, explainability, and incidents, just like we monitor latency or errors in a system like API or web system, right? In simple terms, if you can monitor performance, you can monitor responsibility as well. We need to reframe the way operations are done when it comes to responsible AI. We should move our energy from traditional metrics to metrics like fairness SLOs, it will be service level objectives, explainability SLAs like service level agreements, other metrics like drift thresholds, incident MTTR, the mean time to repair if there is an incident that has happened. Here are a few metrics you can monitor for. These are just some examples for illustration purpose, along with the mitigations we could think of. For instance, we can monitor gender parity and say if it drops below a certain number, we can trigger retraining of the model. Similarly, we can involve human review for high-risk cases during any abuses of the system. Due to the interest of time, I will move to the next slide, but this was just some of them for illustration purpose here. Let me elaborate a bit on human in loop. I mentioned it earlier. While it is ideal to think that AI is actually reducing the human in the loop, not always the case, right? I would also completely rule out the fact that AI is not foolproof, right? For cases where we need humans, we need to involve them. For example, for systems with low confidence that we have, where decisions made are going to create high impact, human in the loop are very essential. In a real world incident, we should have human in the loop as a design component, right? And not as always a fallback. So keep in mind that human in loop is probably required for certain systems where it is really, really critical, right? And especially if the system has to be shut down, there could be a partial shutdown versus full system shutdown, humans are going to be involved as well. In public systems, AI decisions affect people's life directly. There could be many real world use cases like eligibility checks, access systems, or it could be citizen benefits, which all depend on AI systems, right? That means public AI must be explainable by default, capacity for individuals to oppose, challenge, or even appeal the decisions if need be. It should clearly be auditable by regulators. We should avoid any misuses to the system. In case misuses happen, which is, I mean, we cannot completely avoid misuses, but if misuses happen on the AI models or systems, we should detect them, report them, fix the same, either by manual procedures or an automated procedure there. As briefly mentioned earlier, India is actively building large-scale public AI capabilities as part of digital public infrastructure strategy, with explicit government frameworks emphasizing responsible AI principles, such as transparency, accountability, human oversight, and inclusive access. National initiatives including DigiLocker, Aadhaar-enabled service delivery, AI Cost, and AI mission that we have with demonstrate how AI is being integrated into public digital systems to improve efficiency, scale, and accessibility. Keeping all in mind, it would leave a lot of great opportunities for the next generation, which includes each one of you in this room, to contribute to success of any such initiatives. So next time you work on AI project, think through various aspects discussed today to contribute to responsible AI. Finally, I would like to leave you with this message. Responsible AI doesn't live in approval documents or textbooks. It lives in production, in human lives, and everywhere AI is being used. Through how models are monitored, how failures are handled, and how decisions are reviewed every day. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you all for your patience. I'm open to any questions if you have any.
We can start question and answer session. Students, do you have any questions? We'll provide the mic to you. Just raise your hands. Anyone having any questions?
Hello, sir. Sir, my question was about the responsible AI, like let it be Grok or let it be Nano Banana Pro. The security filters of the AI models are very easily bypassable by the image generators. So how is that? How can we tackle it?
Could you please come again with your question? I was able to partially hear it out. Yeah, I heard the security, but after that I couldn't follow what you're talking about.
Sir, the generators now, the image generators, they have the security filters to not generate any other content. But it is easily bypassable by the people. So how can it tackle it?
Okay, so just to repeat the question so that I can make sure that I got the question right. So your question is about the Gen AI, especially around the image generators, which can be abused by the users. Is that the question about, and how do you overcome that, right? Okay, I take it as like that's a question. Okay, so like I mentioned, when we design a system, the system design itself, the AI model design that you basically do, there are multiple stages to it, right? So when you tackle from the beginning, you need to be very cautious about what is that you are trying to tackle, right? What is that gates you are trying to put in, right? The floodgates that you are trying to put into the model. All of these have to be actually designed when you put in your base. It's not after the fact that you basically say that, hey, if there is a question that is coming to me, can I basically go ahead and solve this question versus not? Somebody is trying to abuse the system, especially the image generators. It could be anything that is some malicious that you don't want to be generating. You have to put a gate there saying this is something that I cannot generate, and then just like give the response saying that, hey, I cannot generate it. You have to design your system in a way. You cannot basically keep it open. It's like you have your house, you cannot keep it open and say that, hey, I will tackle the thieves later on. So it's better to put the gates, implement it even in the beginning stages rather than the later stages. Hope that answers your question. I think somebody's speaking, but I can't hear him.
Hello, sir. Can I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, sir. I want to be an hybrid engineer, which how to integrate an AI with electronics. So I want to ask you, what are the things I should learn to become an hybrid engineer?
I understood that you want to learn something and you want to become a good engineer. But can you tell me what is the word that you're looking for? Is it IEEE or what was that? No, I lost your voice again.
Sir, I want to integrate the AI with electronics. So I want to become an AI hybrid engineer. So how can I do that?
Oh, okay. So you want to integrate AI with electronics. Hopefully, I think that you are basically an electronics engineer and you are trying to basically jump onto the AI field, right? So that's a very interesting thing that you brought up, right? So there is no barrier for AI being used in any field, right? So AI is creeping into every field that we have today. That's what I'm seeing, at least I'm being hearing. I basically go into reviewing a lot of IEEE conferences, and you don't believe how people are thinking about using AI for various things, right? Very recent example that I will give you, not related to electronics, but related to the dances that Indian folks do, right? They were trying to detect Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, and all of it. I was like super amazed. Hey, how did you even really think about this? And there was a model that was built for that. They basically trained it for that, right? So coming back to your question, whether it is electronics or whether it is anything else, I think there's no limit to AI how you do it. AI, like I mentioned, like data, what you give. If you give garbage, it's going to put garbage out. If you give electronics data, it's going to give you electronics data, right? So it's the matter of how you train your system, how you train your model with what data. It is a super powerful system that you need to train and tell it like it's like a baby. Like you feed them electronics, they will learn electronics, they will deliver electronics. So there's no endless, it's not endless game, right? You can just like keep on going and training the model that you need, including your electronics subjects that you want to basically go and train for it. So you will still have scope. Your domain knowledge is always going to be there. You are coming from an electronic background, so people will value your domain, especially on IoTs and things like that you basically do. That's where I foresee that you will have a lot of value with AI systems.
Hello, sir. This is Trisha. So, thank you for your session. I just wanted to know that what are the top skills that is expected from the industry today?
Okay, so Riput, I'm taking the question. So your question is about what are the top skills the industry is expecting today, right? Well, so let me answer it this way, right? Industry depends on whether you're coming as a college fresher or you're coming as entry from a different company. Expectation is way different, right? My guidance for the students, for the purpose of this audience here, like whatever you're learning from the faculty, focus on it. At the same time, there are various things that you might have to basically focus on. The skills, the foundation is very, very important. The data structures, algorithms, the system design that you are trying to do, continue to do that. No matter, I think it is now 5 years, 10 years, these are very important. The foundation is very important. On top of that, industry basically looks for how aspirational this candidate is. Is this candidate very, very much fit to the culture for this particular company? Those things are very important. So how do you show that is basically the aspiration through, I think I was hearing the other lady talk about, Sue was talking about various aspects and the skills that are very important. I think that's very really well put presentation there, right? So try to socialize with people, try to put out your profile, create a profile for yourself. I always tell my mentees that you need to have a GitHub where you can go experiment on a lot of things. It could be AI, it could be data engineering, it could be electronics, anything for that matter. Try to create your portfolio so that you are visible to the industry. So your internships can be done very easily. you can get into the interviews very easily, and you can crack the interviews very easily because you have real world experience that you're basically trying to do with GitHubs and things like that. So try to create visibility and also network with people along with your foundation. I think you should be solid there in order to get cracked jobs that you are looking for.
Hello, sir. I'm Geetha from AI&DS department. I was curious to know how the industry expectations from engineers changed in the last 3 to 5 years.
Right. Thanks for the question. So engineers' expectations as the fresher is going to be different a little bit. As an experienced person is going to be a little different. For the experienced person, things have changed a little bit, where they look for real world experiences from AI projects, or it could be any specific project that they have worked on. But irrespective, what is happening is the divide between the experienced folks and the freshers are slowly coming down because of the fact that there is a lot of experiments that you can do outside of your real experience. For example, taking any of the data sets that you have on Kaggle, right? Go experiment for yourself, and that will give you a strong foundation because you have real data set that you're trying to pick, or a Kaggle data set that you're trying to pick, and start doing your projects. So this gap is slowly coming down. So the expectation from a fresher to an experienced person is pretty much becoming the same, where you are very much visible and skills are pretty much the same, where you prepare for your data structures, where you're preparing for your system designs, where you're showcasing your AI projects that you have done. All of this is very important, especially you being in the AI world. I would suggest like start doing those things now.
Hello, sir. This is Janvi. My question is, as students, what responsibilities do we personally
when building or using AI systems?
And the question is around what responsibilities the students you carry when building AI systems. So majority of the time, when I look at the work that is being done by the students, there are various aspects that they miss. It is not because they want to miss it, but it's because of lack of awareness. So the first thing I would suggest is be aware of what's going on in the industry and what industry is expecting. How do you do that is basically follow the industry articles very early on. Like people do it when they get into the jobs. You can do it now. There's nothing stopping you. Subscribe to channels, subscribe to company blogs. You go into engineering blogs, like every company out there, right, has their own blogs. So Apple has it, Google has it, Uber has it. Any fan company that you go, they have their own engineering blog, right? You go read about it, and they have use cases about it. Once you start reading those, you will know what are the pain points, what they have solved, and what you should be looking for in your projects as well. So your responsibility lies in the responsible AI that I was talking about, all the aspects that are there. Even if you consider 90% of what was spoken in your real project that you are trying to do, that is the way to win for you and for the industry and for the social goodness as well. Hope that answers your question then.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Gajendra. This is Madhura, sir.
Hi, sir. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Next to
Good,
the
sir.
yes.
See you. Good to see you. We're good to see you, Venkatrao, sir. It's been quite some years now. Seeing you and together is very happy.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the nice presentation. I think my students got a few insights from half an hour. So, how was your experience? Why can't we do this?
It is always better to come back professors who have taught me, and that are the present students. It's been like 18 years plus now. I was in the same position where sitting behind you folks for a couple of sessions and learning from you. I still remember those days. Nayana also was teaching me so many subjects, and you were teaching me so many subjects. And I remember those conversations even today. I was telling my wife as well about it. Hey, I'm going to present to the same professor that taught me in the past. It's a very special experience. I've done so many keynotes, but this experience is a very special one. And to be presenting in front of you for the students that you are teaching them on a basis.
When you are presenting, I think we both are making out of it. When we were sitting in the class, we were giving lecturing, he was not taking notes. No? Same way, when you were giving the presentation, we were noting some points. Thank you for your time, support, everything.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insightful session, sir.
All right. Thank you. I will log off. All the best for the event. Take care then.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, everyone.
Before we move forward, we shall have a small tea break. All of you, please assemble back by 12:20.
Yeah, like anything related to life. Yeah. ಲೋಗೋ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಲೋಗೋ ಅದು ವೈಟೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ವೈಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು PNG ಇವಾಗ JPG ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಹೌದಾ ದರ್ಶನ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ sign out from that.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Invariant. I am Iha, and she's my teammate Harsha. So as we all know, India is well known for its agricultural background and roots, and farmers make our core backbone. Millions of farmers make a core backbone of our Indian economy. Regarding that, we have chosen our title to be Digital Banking Awareness and Scam Protection System for Farmers. Quoting the problem statement, farmers are increasingly using digital banking but lack awareness of financial terms and cyber fraud, making them highly vulnerable to scams and risky decisions. Now that we know villages are being more digitalized and farmers are given smartphones and they are using apps, financial and banking apps for loans, insurances, and banking purposes, this gives them a chance to be vulnerable to the banking scams without knowing its consequences. And the financial literacy rate in villages is lesser than 40%, which is a concerning number. And then we also know that farmers are more prone to trusting scam callers and spam callers. They might be more prone to leaking their OTPs up to the unauthorized mails or to the unauthorized messages, and they might give their transaction credentials, etc. So to prevent that, predominantly is our project. And over to Trisha. So this slide is going to highlight how important our problem is. So on an average, 45% of Indian workforce still depends on agriculture in India. Their financial effect is also an effect on large part of population. There are 100 plus million small and marginal farmers who earn their income in seasonal. So they are more prone and vulnerable to a financial crisis. 70% plus households who are now using internet banking and digital payments, and they are not aware of the scams that are going on, and they're just getting more adapted to the online payments. And farmers frequently receive these fake OTP calls, subsidy messages, and loan app offers, and because of the consequences they face because on the scams, they're losing their trust on government schemes and banks. Farmer-focused awareness is causing all these problems. So our idea is to protect them financial risks. So the innovation and creativity part, how exactly is our project unique and different from the already existing helping lines or chatbots or Google? So our project is predominantly farmer-focused AI assistant. So there will be more information farmer-centric and rural farmer-centric. So it is more accurate and precise. And as suggested yesterday, we have disabled the voice-based system. We have integrated a text-based system, multilingual text-based system, where this supports all major local languages spoken in India by the farmers, because it helps with the complexity from accents and different dialects all across the India. And transform-based detection, that is, we are using Indic word and mural because this helps, this understands full sentences, its meanings and emotions, not just identifies the keywords. And we also have real-time standards classification. We have quick flag messages where the messages are shown as to how safe they are, or if it's a likely spam or if it confirms a scam. Then financial term explanation feature. Our project also gives learning opportunity to the farmers where they can ask questions, simple questions like what is loan, how much loan they might have to take, or what is EMI, what is interest in their local language, and the output will also be generated in the language that they have asked in. And so overall, this is a very user-friendly output, makes decision making easy for the rural people. So the feasibility and practicality. The proven AI models, as she mentioned, that neural are such models which are already being trained on language, and the language accessibility, that it is the farmers can text in regional languages, and the real-world references. The documents are the publicly available PM Kisan. PM Kisan document which has already packets of frauds and evaluations on it. Then there is a quick implementation, that is, farmers already using the proven AI models and the publicly available documents.
It is easy for us to create an MVP, and that is in 3 to 4 months with a very small group. And the scalability is based on the cloud. What was a technical flow? And this is how it would impact. So all the three sectors majorly will be impacted: agriculture, fintech, and education. And those are the real-time percentages and values that how it will be impacted. Since due to time constraints, I will forbid from explaining further. Any questions?
Farmers are not aware of this. So how are you making them aware of scams and all that?
They can send their whatever the message they get, they can forward that message here. So this our AI assistant will tell them whether it's a scam or whether they can trust that messages, or like if they get a message to share an OTP for loan or something, they can share it to this, and it will tell how likely scam it is, or you can trust it.
So how are you going to do it?
We have already there's like patterns, fraud patterns, which are available already. That is PM Kisan. So it has all the crime fraud patterns already available. Checking that, it will predict whether it's a scam or not. Our project has an inbuilt database. In that database, we have inculcated all these rural patterns of the scams, or the call alerts, or frequent reported calls as spams. And PM Kisan has all the guidelines of how these farmers will face more scams and how poor they are, what kind of messages they fall for. So it's all collectively in our database. So through that database, our project will filter it out and eventually tell them if the message or SMS that they have forwarded to our app or the AI assistant is likely a scam or not. So by that way, they'll be knowing, farmers will be knowing if to believe it or trust it or ignore it.
For doing this project, which technology you are using? Which model? Deep learning model or any?
So because we're going to language conversion and everything, so there will be large language modules. And this intake bot, it's already a pre-trained model about consisting of major regional Indian languages. So that will be there. That's a large language.
How it will be different than other products what are already being developed for the problem?
No, because it's majorly farmer centric. Other is general for globally. So we are taking databases and information rurally from farmers especially. So what are the farmers will face, the farmer centric messages, farmer centric reports, farmer centric scams, what are the types of SMSs only farmers get. So that way it's highly farmer centric since it's precise. The accuracy of scam alerts is more higher in our project. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, next thing, bros talking. Next thing, quick. Team 22. Okay, 9 minutes.
Please, dear students, one request, please keep quiet. If you are talking, shouting, both are different. If people are shouting, not talking, don't disturb. If you have any discussion, what do you call lengthy discussion you want, you can go out and talk with your teammates. Please try to understand, okay? Yes?
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself Sinchanas, and we are Team Minders. Our topic is Universal Offline Translator for Public Communication. This majorly focuses on the area of edge computing and solution. Our problem statement is that many people speak different kinds of languages, especially in country like India, since it includes a multilingual society. So communication often becomes difficult because people don't try to understand the local language in that particular place. So often language barriers also will be included, and miscommunication which leads to the very serious consequences. To give an example, I can take in healthcare field. Due to the wrong miscommunication, it can lead to the intake of a wrong medications. And our topic is highly relevant to the today's society because it affects the healthcare system and also the agriculture and many more. And coming to the alignment with the ideathon theme, it is highly aligned because it is very much critical, useful, and it provides a smart solution in today's society's real world problem. Over to Sachina.
The main novelty, it's fully offline. It means completely offline first translating system. Most of the existing translator, it depends on the network connectivity, which leads to the unreliable on rural areas, emergency situation with the low coverage networks. So our solution aims to remove the dependency on network by performing the translation operation on a local devices, which is more reliable. Another innovative aspect is specifically for the public application. We're not targeting any tourists or travelers or the students. The originality and approach is that our idea is a combination of text, voice, and the image translation. It translates into one single unified system. Users can speak or text or they can capture a picture. Everything, all process will goes under offline mode. So unlike like existing translation which provides partial offline features, our system will ensure that everything will be offline and there is no cloud service, there is no internet. All the data is initially stored on the devices. So coming to the technical feasibility, our idea is based uses a pre-trained offline language models, which means we're not building everything from scratch. And it also performs NLP, that is natural language processing, and also optical character recognition. And even like most of the technologies already exist, we are trying to implement all together in an offline environment. Next is resource and the time consideration. Our idea is to develop on a mobile application or a kiosk based system, and also we are using the open source model, which is which reduces the development time and the implementation time and the development cost. Coming to the real world application, it is very suitable for the public use cases like hospitals, police station, transportation hubs, everything where the communication is very critical. Our project will ensure that everything will be offline. There is no network related issues. Everything. Over to Ashwin.
Then coming to logical flow of solution, the user inputs text in the format of text, voice, or message, and offline processing like using NLP models. Then translation using local language models. Output will be translated as text or speech. Then we are using technologies like Java, Python for backend. Then offline NLP models. Then mostly are optical character recognition and speech to text. Next slide. Then coming to system architecture, first in presentation layer, it is responsible for taking user inputs, then it will handle user inputs and new user interface. Then coming to application layer, it is responsible for handling application logic and coordinate communication between user interface and core system. Core translation system is the main part of our project because it will only translate the offline text translation. Then coming to data link layer, it is responsible for local storage access. Then network layer is optional for system administrator, only network is using, not for translation. Then coming to expected impact, we are removing barriers in public language barriers in public services. Then scalability and future scope, we are deploying in public. It is very useful in public communications where travelers will easily translate their translations will be easily done. Then cost effectiveness, it is one-time model download in our mobile phone. Then it is privacy friendly.
See, you told you are going to implement the model where there is no need of internet. See, basically, whenever we're developing any model, any app, you have to continuously update it based upon the current scenario. Suppose initially you deployed the model, you have used it. Later, how it will, you will keep this model active? Through hardware one. We'll be updating through the USB. System will database. We'll be updating to the database and we'll be doing that. That time what will be done? How? Through using the already predefined AI model. It's already available. All we are doing is just integrating it into our project.
What about scalability? Because one or two places you will be able to do. But what about think of how many number of systems you have? It is not just handful of systems, right? Maybe more number of systems you have, and in all those systems you need to update it.
Yes, right now we are working on only the few languages. As we move on, we'll be implementing it for further languages. We are planning. Thank you.
Yeah. Now team number 002, Rose Talkies. Make it quick. Yeah, next is 006, Iron versus. Be ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce you my team. Rose Talkies. My name is Vijay, and these are my teammates Mayu and Mahitra. So let's begin our presentation. So basically, our problem statement goes like we are focused on developing an AI-powered translation system which enables accurate and seamless interaction among the online meetings. So next slide. So our problem statement goes like this. So we are basically focused on developing an AI powered translation system which overcomes the language barrier during the online meetings which is faced by the several participants like Google Meet, Zoom meetings, etc. So we are focused on developing this AI translation system which overcomes the language barriers during the online meetings like uh, so the relevance to society it provides more sustainability and it provides scalability to the online meetings and provides more accurate translation during the online meetings. So my teammate will be proceeding the presentation.
Okay, I would like to take up one example from the problem, that is whenever you try to, for example, you are in a meeting and so somehow the person or a client in front of you does not speak a Hindi language. For example, a person is speaking in Mandarin, does not cannot connect properly. So to overcome this, we have a solution that we have a component that is ASR, that is automatic speech to translation, that can translate the language into a native one, what we required or what we desired for. And for example, we have if there are more than 4 or 6 persons in a meeting, so we usually do not know who is speaking. So oftentimes the Google, what does it? It has this subtitles or captions down below, but we do not know who is speaking. But oftentimes we miss the communication or we miss sometimes the translation. But for that, in the split screen, what we can do is we can always keep a subtitles for the split screen of what who person is talking with. And as what the issue was that you don't understand what the translation happening in the meeting, everything comes in a line. I have show you how the output actually works. video. Okay, the video is not working. I'll just stop what happens here. The person is talking right here. Instead of coming here, whoever is talking, under their name, the tagline will come, whatever they're speaking. So you can understand who's speaking what's happening there. In this option, you can change the language to whatever you're speaking. Like if you want Kannada or any language, you can choose in the app there. It's like an overlay. So whenever you choose, it will take the mic as the input, whatever words you say, I'll send it to my cloud server. I'll have a model in the cloud which converts the speech into text. Then it sends me back to the meeting. So it displays here. So whenever it's happening, if this is not working, because obviously when server clouds that, there will be latency. If you're not able to catch up, you have another option of captions here. Who spoke what? Who spoke what was the reply, everything will be seen here. This is just to fix a proper communication between the teams, because a person has a different accent all over the world. As there are many MNCs in the India, so you might be an Indian, but your person who's giving you work might be an Australian or Britain. Their accent are very weird. It's hard to catch up. So by using this, it will be in simpler language for us. We can read and understand what's the working model of this. So this was the basic idea. Because in Google Meet, everything comes in a single line. So it's hard to catch up what's happening, or it's just in English. Here you can choose to any language you want, any like whatever speed we are able to grasp, it will be much better for us, because when a person can understand it one go, he can finish the project in a easier time. I mean, the time span will be shorter. If you don't understand, you take multiple terms. So to cut down and make it more productive, we'll just make this use. If he doesn't understand English properly, your communication is also a major issue right now. So he can understand in his own language by reading it, and he can present in his own way. And you can add another feature, like if you're not somewhere, you can't online. If you can't like talk or anything, we'll just type in and we'll train the model in such a way that it will reply in your own voice. So instead of you talking, whatever idea you have, it will talk. That's all. Any questions? What about the delay? Ma'am, the maximum delay will be 0.5 seconds, because when the cloud's there, we can't say I'll give you 0 second delay. Obviously, like the input should go, output should come. That's what. If the delay is more, this is the another option for the delay. The text will be there already. So you can read that and talk. You can understand and reply back. And if the training the model will train it in such a way, the latency will be as less as possible. Ma'am, it's an AI pipeline, ma'am. That's the procedure here. So however fast the network is, however fast I'm training my cloud, it will work on that. So more I train it, the faster it gets. Every time it's a starting, so every time there will be a mistake. So I will just correct it, make sure there's no any disturbance between what's happening. So just make sure it happens on time. Because see, latency always will be there from cloud to cloud. I can't say that 0% with that. But slowest is 0 to half a second. Any high-end earphones also Bluetooth connection, they give half a second as the maximum delay.
Actually, you said to convert, that is, you are telling text to speech, speech to text conversion, you said. So, which learning model you are using for converting that?
So, as of now, there was like no idea more, but we like we built a model in such a way that it can do both, like speech to text and text to speech.
No, that's fine. Actually, if the person is speaking, it will be converted into text, you said. Yeah. So, it is converting. Which model they are using? Which model you are planning to use?
So it is a pre-trained model inside the cloud.
Can you name it at least?
ASR and DTS, that is what we use. ASR, the auto speech recognition that we use, and for speech that we convert to text, speech to text, and then also from text to speech.
Is it convert real time?
Yeah, it converts in real time when the machine takes the voice, it captures the voice, and then it translates it to uh, with the desired that we want in the caption. Thank you.
Yeah. 006 Iron Roses. And next 007 Stranger Things Be Ready. Okay, Stranger Things, sorry.
Good afternoon, respected judges and everyone present here. We are Team Iron Roses, and I'm Chitra, and my teammates Geetha and Diksha. So before saying why we came up with this idea, so as we all know, we are concentrating on a domain of agriculture and environment. So as we know, agriculture are the backbone of our country, and farmers often face problems in crop disease and also pest and nutrients deficiency in crops. So we have come up with the idea AI-based crop health monitoring and advisory systems. So the clarity about our problem statement is we use AI to detect crop health, analyzes image and pest data to identify diseases, pest and nutrient deficiency. And also the relevance, how it is important and useful is for society it enables farmers to make timely decision and reduce crop loss and also it improves food security. For industries, it also it promotes the agricultural productivity and also through AI-driven precision farming. Sustainability. It also promotes eco-friendly farming by reducing excessive chemical use and also conserving resources. So our system uses AI for real-world agricultural problem and creating social impact through smart, sustainable, and technology-driven farming solutions.
So, okay, now I will be speaking about the innovation and creativity aspects of an idea. So, the first thing there says is novelty. So, novelty can be explained like what new have we introduced in our idea. So, the main thing is, so this is going to be an AI image-based crop monitoring, and this is done by farmers capturing the field through their smartphones. And second of all, we are going to introduce something called as early detection of diseases as well as nutrient deficiency. That is also done through our app. And third, how it is new from the existing app is that many times what happens is general advice is being provided, but from our app, what we are going to implement is we will be giving the personalized suggestions in terms of crop growth and its growth stage, as well as how the soil is based on the soil's fertility. And the most important thing that comes here in the innovation aspect is the CNN model, that is convolutional neural network. So it is a type of deep learning model which is based on image detection. So it's going to detect the image based on the outlook of the image, as well as next part is about the originality in approach. That is nothing but the creativity. So in this, the main thing that I would like to talk is about the cloud architecture. So here, whatever the data that we want, that the farmer, for example, what disease, if he wants to know about all of this, that is stored in the cloud. So this is done through, so basically our smartphones will be connected through the cloud, through the internet, by secure APIs. So API means like the application programming interface. So this helps the two applications to communicate between each other. So mainly, we are going to use an AI API called as REST. That is nothing but representational state transfer. So it's an API that is provided in our mobile apps. Through this, the data can be stored from our mobile apps to the cloud. So this is an important implementation in our app. So next, Diksha is going to take over.
I'll be going to talk about the feasibility and practicality of our project. Our solution is based on the practical that we use already existing AI and image analysis and cloud systems.
Next slide. So again, in this technical and concept design, again the same thing. We are going to use the CNN model and cloud architecture. One more thing, one additional would be the sensors. So sensors basically helping creating that model to be more accurate. And sensors, again, we have soil sensors, weather sensors, and camera sensors. So this, our app is more implemented in an effective way. Next slide. Next slide. So again, whatever I told and explained here, it is in the form of flowchart. So first the crop data is collected, next it is processed, and then the crop is analyzed, and the smart advisory generation is generated,
through the personalized suggestions, and again we'll get the output in our smartphones. Thank you.
As we all know, we are mainly focusing about the farmer. So first, farmer is going to take a picture of crop, image of crop, and sensors will be inserted on the field. It will test whether the temperature, humidity, and soil condition. Next, the data from sensor and crop both is going to upload to the cloud, and then it is given to the AI where it analyzes the data, and this system evaluates whether the crop is unhealthy or healthy, and then smart advisor is given, where advisor is nothing but it is given a suggestion or recommendation. Then for a farmer it is given only recommendation or suggestion it is given, and it will pop up a message for farmer to take actions before they get a loss in a crop. Thank you. Any questions?
Plenty of models have been developed in this problem statement. Plenty are there. How we are going to market the product? Basically, same task what you are doing, with all models are doing the same one. I didn't have anything new in this. You don't market it, how to market it? Like what is new in this?
See, we are building the app here. So basically, it's not existent, and also farmers doesn't.
So many apps are there. And all doing the same one. Taking image, uploading it, getting suggestions. In what way your product will benefit?
So it's based on like specific regional fields. So if for a specific field, our suggestion is given. For example, one land will be different from another, right? So for that specific region, our app is going to give the personalized suggestion.
Take the soil quality, best of soil quality, deep seed suggestion, like all these apps are already there. So how you make it different from others? Okay. Think about it. How I will make it different, and because so many this product is not new. They're existing for long years. So you should give some solutions which will get people should adapt to the product. That will be it.
Thank you.
Actually, in this project, I have few suggestions. Actually, you're telling farmer individually has to go and take a picture of a crop. So instead, a camera can be fixed somewhere, and it can be monitored. And one more thing, sensors, you told it is connected. If you want to connect a sensor, either a microcontroller or a microprocessor should be there. Because to read a sensor data, you should have a controller. So have you come across which controller to use or anything like that? Okay. Just think about it. As ma'am told, how do you market your product? Even think about it. Even there are many products like this which exist, which is coming to a picture now. You are existing already. Just see how unique your project is and how you can promote. Sure, sir.
Yeah, now 007 Strangers Pins. And next 008 under 21 be ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Stranger Strings. I'm Nihal and he is Harsha. So everyone knows about recycling, but do we really do it? In India, we produce around 70 million tons a year, but only around 20% of the entire trash is recycled. So what's happening? Why does no one recycle? Because there's no incentive to recycle over here. Even if you go through the hassle of sorting the garbage and going through all the garbage, sorting it and taking it to a recycle center, we don't get anything in return. There's no goodwill involved here. So what we are producing is an AI-based blockchain-powered recycling and reward system. So what's going to happen in our system is whenever a person wants to recycle, they can go up to a recycling center, which we would have provided, and recycle the garbage there. So based on the garbage, with the help of AI, we're going to calculate what kind of garbage it is and calculate a green tokens. So these green tokens are calculated based on the recycled material and how much is salvageable and how useful it is after it's being recycled, and tokens get credited to your account. And with the help of those tokens, you can get any kind of gift coupons you want, gift cards you want on our website. That's how it works. I'll pass it over to Harsha. So this is how our system would work. The user drops waste into the AI smart bin, then it captures the waste image and the sensors measure the quantity. The AI calculates and checks the quality, and the AI read impacts based upon the waste that is submitted to the classroom, and it verifies the waste and assigns tokens to the users who submit to the classroom. So the technologies that would be required are some weight sensor, so this eliminates fake recycling claims and increases participation via instant rewards, enables real-time sustainability. So in terms of scalability, how we're going to deploy this project and how it's going to work is we can target the MNCs first. So MNCs right now are made by this rule of ESGs. So they have to produce some kind of environmental benefit to the environment from their side, and it is mandatory now. So they can't skip it. So we can target them. They can implement these models in their campus, and they can encourage employees to recycle more while also getting the benefit of the ESGs, and employees also get the benefit of getting anything they want in return. Any questions? Now, the rewards are going to be based on the blockchain. So we're going to use something called DAI tokens. So these tokens are always going to be around $1 each. So based on the garbage release cycle, we're going to get them tokens which can be used in return for claiming rewards such as coupons or gift cards on the platform. The model that we're going to be using here. The model is called weighted video. The help of that model is the model map. What it's going to do is it's very useful with the help of when we use Jetson models or Raspberry Pi chips. So that's what we're going to implement in itself because it's practical and it's not very expensive, it's affordable. Yeah. So it's scalable, they're affordable and very efficient.
So you mean to say whenever you want to recycle, you need to go to that kiosk.
Yeah, it will be like a vending machine in certain places. We can also partner up with municipalities like BBMP in cities and have the station set in their offices there. So it's already one in each sector of Bangalore. So it's very accessible. People can go and get rewards as well.
And please go back to the diagram which you have shown, where you are counting the garbage there. Even this, whenever you are inserting the garbage there, it will identify and then it will remove it. What is the maximum capacity of that?
Depends on the size of the garbage.
By
weight capacity.
Yeah, weight capacity.
Scalable models as of now, which won't cost too much to implement this, will go up to max 99 kgs for the weight sensor.
Yeah. But the initial investment is required.
Initial investment for each garbage bin can be around 5,000. The major components are the Raspberry Pi chip, which we can get for around 2 to 3K, and the weight sensor and the cameras, which are also weight sensor can be found under around 500 rupees, and the cameras can a good quality 10 GB camera can also be found under 1K. So all in all, can be around 5,000. Thank you. Anything else? Thank you.
Before we move forward, I would like to welcome our panel members. I extend a warm welcome to Srimati KAVITHA PS, Deputy General Manager, Continental. I also extend a warm welcome to Shri Vijay Reddy SV, System Developer, BOSCH. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for gracing with your presence. We'll move forward.
Yeah. Moving forward, the next team is 008 under 21. Okay, 009. 009, tech keys. So next 010, vision characters, be ready next.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Techies by this simple. So area which we have chosen is related to agriculture. So our project is based on artificial intelligence-based pest and disease risk assessment for crops. So when it comes to problem identification and relevance, so farmers face huge crop loss due to pest and plant diseases, which detection usually happens after the visual damage, which is already late. So here there is a lack of early warning systems. So here when it comes to relevance to the society and sustainability, so 30 to 40% of the crops loss is due to pest and diseases, plant diseases globally, so which will directly affect the farmers' income. So here we are implementing our project artificial intelligence-based pest and disease risk analysis, which will detect the pest and disease risk in the early stages. So our project will promote sustainable agriculture and also the environmental protection. To come directly onto the point, our project is very unique in terms of regionally. Like the project is based on region wise, in which it analyzes the weather conditions based on the region, and the farmers approve the weather conditions of the crop and get the advisory measures and risk alerts, and also advices on the crop and the risk. And then if the disease is new, especially for the diseases, new diseases, they upload the photo of the crop and it will be directly sent to the agricultural experts, in where they analyze the patterns and identify the new disease if possible. And those details are directly updated to the ML. This makes it very unique, and I actually agree with the models which is already existing, but this is not implemented yet. So this can be implemented, and the further logical flow will be explained by my teammate. Yeah, as she explained before, in our model, if the disease was new, which is not before, that image will be sent to the like in our model, users are allowed to give the pictures to the AI model, so that the picture will be sent to the agriculture experts, so that they will analyze on it and they will give the preventive solutions also that will be updated in our databases, so that it will be helpful for the other farmers if they find any new diseases also. So when it comes to the technologies, we use machine learning for the risk prediction and AI for the advisory, and as well development for the user interactions, and auto-ML model to update the databases. And this is what I explained before, so that data will be updated based on the new diseases and risk. So this is a model flow. So, like it reduces the formulas as the disease was predicted and possible, and also it makes farmers to make the decision easily. As usually farmers used to guess by seeing the crop disease, which is already has been there. So by using this model, we can predict it before only. And the scalability, like we will make our way to like take the images to process that, and also the multilingual format support, like it will be accessible, like regional farmers they don't know the other languages, so then for that purpose we have this one. And cost, it is low as it suggests it suggests like the advices will be in non-chemical and safe to the environment, so it will be like protected. That's it.
One suggestion here, actually when you are explaining, you told that farmer will take a picture and then he will upload it to cloud and there is some person to verify. So my suggestion is you have deep learning pre-trained AI models already. So you can use that and that particular AI model can compare with the given image and it can give the output. So there is no interference of a person. So that you can, yeah.
Which is new, right? So it was also not aware of that, so we are using it for the agriculture.
I understood, but actually you can train. There are many pre-trained models are there, or you can write a code to train a model, so which can identify the crop diseases and which can tell you what this is exactly, and even it can recommend also.
Actually, AI is this project, so we can suggest if the disease is already existing, it will analyze the certain patterns and then it will suggest. But if the disease is new, then the professional experts where they can give suggestions if in case the AI doesn't do.
So that means to say, whatever the photo it has taken, it will go to the pre-trained model and it will identify initially.
Then the then okay. So any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So moving forward, we have 0 and 0 vision crafters. And next, we can meet you. Be ready. Okay?
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya and this is my team Vision Crafters, and we have thought of the idea of an anonymous feedback system using blockchain. Our problem statement is this: in educational and organizational environments, honest feedback is often feared due to the fear of identification, manipulation, and data tampering, which results in biased insights and ineffective decision making of the organization. So so users hesitate to give honest feedback about the topic and in fear of identity exposure and how people think about them. So this clearly needs a secure and authentic and tamper-proof mechanism to collect authentic feedback. So now current systems are vulnerable to data tampering, which leads to misuse and low transparency rate and leading to unreliable data. So this empowers society by enabling people to share honestly without any fear. Over to Geetha.
So our idea is also novel because we are using blockchain technology instead of the traditional databases. So it ensures trust and transparency among the users to give honest feedback. And it is also, our approach is also original as we are using, instead of using a centralized servers, we are using decentralized ledger. So the feedback will be identity free and it does not allow any data manipulation. Not just in terms of innovation and creativity, our approach is also technically feasible because we can use already existing blockchain platforms such as Ethereum and Hyperledger. And it does not require a complex infrastructure. The system is as simple as it is. And in real world, we can use it in colleges, workplaces, and government sectors for international.
Logic flow of the solution. User access the platform. User logs into the platform and personal information like mail ID and name will not be collected. Instead, an anonymous ID will be generated. User submits feedback. The feedback will be encrypted. It protects privacy. And also, no one can trace back to the user. Smart contract validation securely records entries without exposing user identities. Once validation, it will be stored on blockchain, which ensures transparency. Admin can view the results through dashboards. They cannot see who submitted the feedback, and audit and verification can be done by anyone since it has transparency. Use of appropriate technologies. The solution uses blockchain technology, which ensures immutability, transparency, and tamper-proof storage. And also, smart contracts are employed to automate validation and securely it records the entries without exposing user identity. Over to Kushan. Sorry,
So now I'm going to explain how AI can be used, and these are the use cases. We'll be using traffic of architecture, which has rate limiting, entropy scoring, and a Cybele shield. Rate limiting is where a single anonymous source submits 50 feedback entries. A normal human isn't able to submit 50 feedback forms, so this will enable the system to flag it as a burst anomaly, and it will get destroyed. The entropy scoring, the AI looks for low entropy, which means that the submission pattern, the timing. The human cannot submitting the feedback form in 30 seconds. So if it completes in a perfect time, it will think of it as a bot rather than a human and flag it. And a Cybele shield. A Cybele attack is basically like an attack in which multiple entities or a human creates multiple accounts and attacks on a system, which is inherently very dangerous for a feedback system. So this creates anonymous wallets which are created simultaneously and flags it as a bot attack. Over to Kushal.
Expected impact on user and society. The system will empower the user to share honest feedback, which will lead to greater transparency, and it will improve the trust in institution, scalability and future scope. It can easily expand across colleges, corporate organizations, government departments, public services without changing the core architecture. Cost effectiveness. The system is cost effective because it will use open source blockchain platforms such as Ethereum, reducing the need for expensive servers. Once the blockchain is deployed, it will eventually reduce the operational cost by removing the intermediaries and making the verification automated by using the smart contracts.
Awareness. Voices unseen not heard.
One suggestion is that why we're waiting till 50 feedback entry. You're waiting for 2 minutes, 50 feedback, then you're blocking. Is it needed? Second one is duplication, right? You can block the second entry only. That is a suggestion. Question is, we mentioned at the end audit. What do you mean by audit?
We'll be using isolation forest algorithm, which is an algorithm which detects anomalies and so that it can flag it as a bot instead of a human.
Audit means just detecting anomalies.
Anomalies.
There will not be any analysis of that.
No, because it's.
See, I am generating a feedback system means I should do some analysis. Because you are taking feedback of my some feedback you are collecting. And then what reported? You are promoting that you are not going to reveal the identity. That is good, very good. But at the end, what impact you are producing, what result you are producing? Honest feedback, okay, that is one ethical thinking what you are doing. You are getting honest feedback. But what result is producing at the end after collecting feedback?
The AI can have create a summary of all the feedbacks based on the basis.
Right. That is the listening here. Okay.
Summarization.
Thank you everyone. Okay, no problem. Very nice one. I mean, the honest feedback is missing everywhere. Okay. Basically from the person who has to give supervisor and also from the employee perspective. Both are not okay to give honest feedback, or they always think that they are being honest and receiver thinks that it is always not honest. So what is that element of empathy or the element of empowerment? All these things, how do you inculcate? How do you say that it is honest? How the blockchain algorithm takes care that it is honest?
Like when the identity is not revealed, they would definitely give a honest feedback.
Not really, right? I mean, you should know the person whom you are giving feedback. You should definitely know, right? And what is the data collection?
to give the feedback. And the data collection, to give a feedback, you need some reference, right? Based on the data only you can give feedback. For example, if I'm an employee of 3 years, okay? You need to have a data of 1 year or 6 months to say that whether I'm improving or how am I doing it. Even if you're a student in faculty, let's say like that. I know you from 1 year, so I have a data to frame how are you doing, whether you are improving or you're not at all improving. What is the data collection from the blockchain? We can try to include that. Sure. Without data, it cannot be honest any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. So the next team is 011 Bit and MC. And next team ID 014 Technist, be ready. Technist.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are team with NBC. I'm Janvi, and our area is finance and banking. And our project is Fin Habit, Plan Your Goals, Grow Your Savings. This will be our problem statement. And I'll be starting with the problem identification and relevance. As we all know, young generation. So as we all know, many young individuals struggle financially, not because they're not earning money, but because they're not able to manage it effectively. So our aim is to give them lessons about finance and also tools to apply them so that they'll be able to build their own savings and have a secure future. So the problem is this financial literacy is not taught for us in our schools or colleges, and we often spend it without any plan and often falling into unnecessary loans. So our app will be giving you both lessons and tools. For example, we are giving 5 minutes micro lessons on a daily basis, which will be AI personalized learning. And one more is the goal-based expense tracker, in which the user will be entering the goal manually and the time limit within which he has to achieve that goal. So the app will be giving him the monthly target, how much he has to save, and also it will be tracking his daily progress, how he's doing with the savings. And this is there are also other features like AI to personalized learning and also AI-based price comparison. Over to Sahan.
Thank you, Janvi. So most of the existing financial apps, they only focus on either expense tracking or they only focus on teaching financial lessons. But here we are combining both of them to make it easier for the user. And also, since as my teammate already mentioned, we are not really aware of financial basics. So here we have two features. One is goal-based savings, where the user will enter the goal and based on their goal, we will also have AI comparison so that they can get the most affordable products by AI comparing them through different platforms. And also another feature where they will be getting 3 to 5 minutes micro lessons to keep the users from getting bored of the lessons. If it's too long, they will get bored. So it will be visually appealing animation lessons so that they can focus and learn it easily. And the lessons will be based on basic financial stuffs like such as FD, RD, how to create bank accounts, credit cards, debit cards, what is the difference between them, like loans, taxes, investments, etc. So that the user can learn it, and also they will be applying it in the quizzes and activities which will be given right after they take the lessons, so that they will be applying it there and they can test their knowledge and remember it for a long time. And also we will be gamifying it to motivate them by giving them rewards after they complete a quiz or something and giving them badges. And also they will be maintaining streaks to see how much they are doing every day. If they are attending it every day, they will be maintaining streaks like Duolingo and all. And next. And then this will be a mobile first application. We will be using existing tools and technology to build this app. And also it costs low development and maintenance cost as well. And also this is very suitable for daily use. This will be accessible by all the type of people with different incomes and also different financial knowledge. Over to Lakshmi.
I'll be explaining about the technical aspect of this project. So basically, as every project has, we have front-end for user interaction and back-end for goal tracking. And next comes database to store all the user data and cloud services, which act as a host and user authentication. Yeah, as my teammate already explained, there comes a manual goal entry where the user will be entering his or her goal and setting a time within which he has to complete his goal. And we'll be providing visual aids which will encourage him or her to complete the goal. And next comes AI personalized learning. You might have seen many academics providing learning same like this, but the unique feature we are providing using AI is a personalized learning. For example, if a user, due to their busy schedule, they couldn't attend a lesson. So we will be providing it again. And he or she doesn't adapt to a certain topic. They take too much time to complete the quiz on a certain topic. So we will be providing positive messages to them about it and repeating it to them in a proper way that they can understand. So that is about personalized learning. Next comes AI-based price comparison, where we compare prices from different platforms for a certain product which he or she is interested in, so that they will get better perspectives for a better product, which helps them to achieve their goal. Next comes AI chatbot support, which will be available 24/7 for them, and they can use it before a lesson, during a lesson, and after a lesson to clear their doubts and ask questions immediately if they get a doubt during watching the lesson and all. So it will be provided 24/7 over to Janvi.
Basically, the impact we're trying to give is
Yes, ma'am. Basically, we provide lessons. That is what the whole aspect is. It is different from other apps, I would tell, because we provide personalized learning because many people have their own schedules. So, and they take many, like for example, they might take 10 seconds to complete one topic, but they might take 10 minutes to complete a topic. So, the AI in this app would adapt to them. It will create a personalized learning customized to themselves, which would provide them an easier way to approach. For example, other academies where we see, they just show, we use this much time, you took this much time, you took this much time, but we are telling, you took this much time, it's okay, let's practice. And then provide lessons how to improve. That is the unique aspect. In YouTube and ChatGPT, as you asked, sir. Even we tried during for our exams and all. When we go to YouTube and search for a certain topic, it gives us 1 hour, 2 hour duration videos. So instead of those, we are providing 3 to 5 minutes videos, which will have the whole topic explained within that. Nowadays, it is a fast-pacing world. Nobody likes to watch for 2 hours or 1 hour. So I would say, and it will be animated too. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. There are reels, but I would say they don't have to sit and search for reels, and everything is provided at one place. So I would say it is useful.
also there'll be tools so that directly they can apply them with the activities or the quizzes after learning a lesson. Like the quizzes will be based on what they have learned. Like we will, for example, they learned about loans. We will be giving it as we will give 2 different scenarios with 2 different kinds of loans. Which one they should pick or which is better, so that they can apply their knowledge there, pick it, and then we will be providing the explanation on how this is better. Like this is not good. Like that will be. So 2 questions related. How do you ensure that to tell to a user
you have an unrealistic goal of saving. Second thing is, how do you ensure that the user doesn't become so greedy?
I would say we would make sure the user doesn't get greedy by sending in positive messages. That is what we thought at first, because people might get offended if we send you didn't complete this project, do it again, do it again. So we would be sending positive messages, and in order, I mean, every person is greedy. We can't do that mental thing on them, but in order for them to not get greedy, we are giving another feature to get greedy on to collect the badges, to complete lessons and collect badges and certificates, rewards. So maybe if we include this feature, they might get greedy to complete them instead of getting greedy in money aspects. That is what we would feel. Unrealistic.
Unrealistic. Can you repeat that question? I mean, how do you feedback to the user that the goal? How do you ensure that it's not an unrealistic goal?
Okay, ma'am. To answer that, we also mentioned that manual entry, goal entry. So we would be asking the user to also enter their salary, monthly salary. So which will evaluate, as I told, AI personalized. So it will consider all the income levels, all kinds of income levels. For example, I might earn 15,000 or she might earn 50,000. So if we earn this, if we entry the same our salaries and we want to buy the same product, so it will give me my own goal plan and it will give her own goal plan. So that is how it will differ. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so the next team 014 technist. After that 016 agri nights be ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lakshmi, and this is Sandhya. Our team name is TechNet, and is edge-based emergency hiring alert system during the network failure. Whatever the emergency alert systems we have today is completely depending upon the cloud. It means the data is not processed locally; it is processed on the cloud. And after that, we're gonna get the alert messages if any emergency has occurred. So instead of doing that, we can come up with a solution for that using edge-based. That means instead of processing in the cloud, we can process it locally, where the immediate action can be taken whenever the emergency occurs, like if the patient's heart rate goes down, fluctuates, or the concentration of oxygen goes down. So during that time, we can make use of this system. Our idea is because we are making use of edge-based, that is locally processing, and we are making use of AI to detect if any emergency has occurred, and then we can get instant response. That means if instead of sending the data to the cloud, send data to the cloud, there is a chance that we can miss the alert messages when the network fails. So that time we can use the edge-based one. When coming to the feasibility and practicality, we are using the lightweight AI model. We are using the lightweight AI models here, which can run onto the existing devices. And also we can make use of open source tools like a PyTorch and a TensorFlow. Well, coming to the technical soundness. Patient vitals are collected via IoT sensors. Vitals are like the basic health measurement of the patients, like the heart rate, oxygen level, blood pressure, and the body temperature, and they are analyzed using HDA. And also, in case of the emergency condition, the alert is triggered. As we all know that life is very precious. Of course, even a second matters when it comes to the healthcare. The main impact is that it enables the emergency response instantly and it ensures the patient safety. When coming to the scalability, it can be scalable to the multiple diseases, not only the heart diseases, but diabetes and etc., even the other diseases. Then also, we are making use of the existing low-cost devices here. So basically, this is the architecture. The wearable devices are like the smartwatch or the pulse oximeter, which can be held with the patient on the fingertip and on the wrist. And the thing is that the fitness band, the wearable devices, these are the examples. And the devices consist of the sensors, which will continuously sensing the data. And then we are making use of edge computing here. Inside that, we are first training our AI model by using the decision tree algorithm I have used here. After training, it will be downloaded and stored inside our app so that it works offline. And then during emergency detection, it will generate an alert. And then the cloud synchronization is like when the internet is available, we can monitor remotely the patient condition. And even the same thing use case also when the patient is suffering from the heart disease when the heart rate drops. Yes. And this is also the same demonstration and simulation.
Provide specific region soil, whether the specific pharma category can be small, medium, or large. And cloud processing, it is a centralized cloud AI. It is internet dependent, yield focus prediction, and one size fit. But whereas our AI risk intelligence can provide climate crop mismatch detection, dominant risk identification, and risk scoring either low, medium, or high. And the existing system have can be small, medium, or large. As per the input, it moves to the AI risk intelligence engine, where it performs climate crop compatibility check, soil water retention. As per that, it gives the output like it can be risk and measures low, medium, or high. Suppose if the risk is high, it moves to the green color of that one, the crop suitable and measure. It's going to recommend the crop specific crop which is suitable for a specific rainfall, soil, and the farmer takes small, medium, or large. If the risk is medium or low, it moves to the experiment transfer where policy intelligence hub. It's going to recommend prioritizing 5 top government schemes and the bank loans which can provide them with a low interest and subsidies, government subsidies. If there is any loss in the crop, then it's gonna show recommend. Suppose if the risk is high, the recommended crop and the existing crop comparison will be given, so that farmer can compare which he can produce based on the rainfall comparative and humidity, sunlight. So finally, the farmer output will be in our system that we show risk scorecard, dominant risk highlight, actionable recommended cards, crop suitability insight, and climate using different weather APIs. It is cost effective, it doesn't cost very much. Low cost devices, minimal data usage. And finally, the main conclusion I wanted to propose this solution because since from the recent data I saw that many number of farmers have been done suicide due to loss of crops, due to financial stress.
Somebody was responsible.
Even though crop is if the farmer will lose money is when he goes to the market. So since there is a less demand, but supply is more. So this is the one of the biggest problem. Yes. So farmers will definitely have a good crop, but finally they will not succeed in selling the crop. True, sir. I agree with you. Thanks for telling this one. I agree we can't predict it will be a successful crop,
but we can assure them with 90% accuracy that will grow, because we are not just telling it will grow, we are giving it explainable AI. Why this crop will work with a specific region, specific climate, and specific soil, and so like we are going to use like weather actual real-time weather API, real-time soil data. Mainly our AI is built in the device. It takes historical data, local region data. Based on it predicts accuracy with accuracy. Index for a specific time. So you can send it to the different. Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, moving forward, next in video rules. After that, move tunes, be ready. Move tunes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Video Rules. This is our problem statement. Farmer face income losses due to inefficient irrigation, poor harvest coordination, and lack of timely planning, leading to crop wastage and price instability. These issues are compounded by declining soil fertility, reduced pollination, and increased chemical dependency, affecting long-term agricultural productivity. So as you can see, our problem identification and relevance, farmers face income instability due to again inefficient irrigation, which is a lack of coordinated harvest planning. That is the absence of data-driven decision support. Simultaneous harvesting across regions leads to leads market oversupply, resulting in price crashes. Poor integration of soil, weather, and crop cycle data contributes to irrigation water wastage. Declining soil fertility after repeated crop cycles reduces yield consistency also. So, growing pollination crisis caused by habitat loss and chemical overuse directly affects the fruit and seed formation. Excessive chemical fertilizer and pesticide use degrades the soil. Next will be continued by my teammate Geetha. Innovation and creativity. So basically, our device does 5 types of things. So as sir already suggested that like the main thing happens after the harvest is done, like a more number of crops are like there, so the farmers may lose their income loss up to 40 to 60%. So our idea has come up with like predicting it before it happens. So it predicts the amount of loss which can happen before it occurs. So the first thing which our device does is it predicts the harvest time overlap before it occurs, so that farmers doesn't need to face 40 to 60% of price crashes after the production. Instead of that, we can just plan it before and then do it. Then the next thing which happens is pollination crisis. Few plants will be dependent on pollination for its seed growth and fruit growth. Food growth, but by pollination aware farming, we can just prevent it as like suppose example, there's one field which has to grow which is dependent on pollination, but it doesn't get properly pollinated because of lack of that bees and all which won't attract the seed. So it suggests the another crop which can be which attracts the pollinators, and this doesn't need to be planted all over the field. It just needs to be planted in the border of the field so that it prevents the pollination crisis. The next is post-harvest soil nutrient enrichment, which ensures the soil health after to the long-term productivity and not just the one seasonal gain. And next is it promotes the biofertilizers and biopesticides so that it reduces the chemical dependency and usage of chemicals. And the last point which it does is, it is autonomous irrigation system where it takes the information from the weather, it collects the data of the weather and it automates the irrigation. Next one. Next one is feasibility and practicality. It can be developed with already existing resources such as IoT sensors, weather APIs, and other lightweight data analytics. It is a very low cost model, which is modular system, and it can be developed within 6 to 8 weeks. And then later it also supports the renewable energy powered operation, which enables deployment in areas with limited grid access. So this is basically our workflow. So here we have a 0.96 LED in screen where the farmer can select the type of crop he can grow. So when the farmer selects a particular crop, it will collect the data from the seed bank through cloud APIs, and it will analyze whether within 10 kilometer region if any farmer has planted the same crop. So if the percentage is greater than 50% or 60%, it will give the farmer an alert that already most of the farmers has grown this crop, and it will suggest other type of crop that can be grown so that the farmer can gain a profit. And next we have a soil sensor, NPK sensor, then it will test the fertility of the soil. If the soil is suitable for growing that particular crop which the farmer has selected, it will say that the soil is suitable for the type of the crop you can grow. If the soil is not fertile, it will also suggest other methods that can be followed to grow that particular crop. Then next image is a water-based system. Here we use a master and slave architecture where the master is a central hub that controls all the slaves. In a one acre land, so this is a water-based system. We run the borewells through, not through electricity, we run the borewells through hybrid, that is solar panels and wind. So during daytime it can run through solar, and during nighttime it can run through wind. So the energy produced by both will be stored in one common battery which can be used. So the slaves communicate with the hub through wireless. If we make a connection through wire, it can the wire connections can be harmed when the tractors or other vehicles go through the line. And the pumps are connected to weather API first. Before opening the valves, it will just take the data from the weather. And if there is a rain, if it predicts if it will go into rain within 24 or 48 hours, it doesn't open the valves. If it doesn't rain within 24 or 48 hours, then only it will open the valves. Then the final report will be in this way. The report after the harvest is done, based on the quality report generated by the hub, it will suggest a company that will take that quality of the crop. If the farmer doesn't want to sell the crop directly to the company, he can sell to middlemen also as shown. And there is an ask my price button. This if the farmer is not okay with the price that the company is suggested, he can change the price as his. The pollination crisis condition which my friend explained about. Ma'am, this is the post-harvest waste management techniques which our system also recommends, like storage chambers, organic waste conversion, biogas digester, and also it helps the farmer to connect with the local vendors instead of selling it to companies. It is a complete package, not just single component. Thank you.
This means after one crop is completed. And what is the communication in this?
The communication can either be done through Wi-Fi or Bluetooth.
The range only for the 195.
Yes, sir. We are dividing them into different zones. So each layer will have the detail of its zone, which is up to the center. LoRa sensors and long-range sensors. Okay, I have an excellent idea. Okay, when if this happens, then we need not even worry about it. If the government says that I have to your idea, okay, what is the investment you are looking from a farmer who has a 1 acre land? Let's say, what is the investment you are looking from farmer, and what is the investment you are looking from the government? Ma'am, if the farmer really wants to buy this system, it might take around 30,000 to 40,000 of investment. If he is not able to do it, he can apply, like we can give the subscription model too. Like based on his requirement, he can subscribe and give that much amount of money, we can maintain the system. If he wants to cancel also, we can take back our system. It's a one-time investment if he wants to continue it in the long term. No support needed from government really. If they get, we will do. No, generally we don't need, but what is it you need? This one, the installation support.
And within the supply demand, is that sound clear?
So we are predicting the overlap. So while he is trying to plant a particular crop, it might detect, it scans, as my friend told, it scans a 10 kilometer range. So even if the farmer wants to plant the same crop, it suggests to do it in a different window so that he also gets the amount.
So up next we have MindSpark. Then after that, team number 35, Code Fishes. Be ready. Code Fishes. Yeah. Up next.
Good afternoon, teachers. I'm Nikhil, and this is my team. And our project is using distributive AI to save thousands of people annually with zero cost. So clarity on the problem statement is India has around 10 million plus portals, and which portals around 35 to 42,000 hits annually, and which also causes like 50,000 crore, 50,000 crore in vehicle damages. Yet no one has solved this problem, And even if the road is covered by embedded sensor systems, that is usually less than 1% of Indian roads, which leads to many people dying like 37,000 to 42,000 per annually. So, the speed of the problem is there are around 10 million potholes across Indian roads, and major cities like Mumbai and Bangalore alone has 50,000 plus potholes, and which leads to the death of around 45,000 road accidents annually, and this contributes to 25 to 30% of the road accidents in India annually. So this is such a major problem. Yet less than what is we use actually go the sensor is in order to present like accelerometer, GPS, and camera, and there is all of all of these are present in the smartphone. So we use that data, then the data is cleaned and aggregated and sent to the cloud. The way the ML model will get specific sir which extreme algorithm and stand up algorithm and then it ready to push. So all of this we will use it and we will get it and dashboard and also other government will
what are you want to say how much it is impacting like small portfolio or bigger one differentiation.
We largely detect based on the accelerometer, so it is the number of items based on the result predicted especially accelerometer, and also it is based on the reflection and field of the smart. And based on all of this, it's first segregated become priority. So high priority bigger photos lead to bigger accidents. It's to based on the road. So there are thousands of many so based on the segregation, the first priority is even more attention.
Okay. What is this AI failure prediction? I mean, what is the predictive analysis your AI model is taking care?
So, so first we use 1DCN, which is a neural network, which is specialized in recording the vibration and analyzing the pattern of the vibration. So it is done using TensorFlow right in the smartphone. So after this, the data is cleaned and sent to Reddy server. It is aggregated based on the parameter, and then it is sent to the cloud server, where the ML model actually de-verifies it now. So AI. So there is multiple AI involved in verifying the model.
What does it verify? What does it verify?
It verifies like is it a photo like this speed bump or how big the impact will be if it's not in a period of time. So like like bigger photos will give you a major priority than the smaller photos.
Okay. Will there be any feedback to the user?
Yes, ma'am. It will be the user will be notified before pushing your 500 meters based on the speed using the GPS. So if it is traveling at 100 kilometers per hour, based on the speed, you will tell it from 500 meters. This means will like 20 to 25 kilometers, around 100 to 150 meters, we will notify the user. Just like our Google Earth notify using the voice, like previous.
Okay, so it will be your feedback mechanism will be integrated into the Google Maps.
No, ma'am, it will be separate in mode.
Okay. Through what? I mean, do they get a voice command or do they get what information?
They will get voice command notification, ma'am. Like how Google Earth will tell that our software will also use voice command.
It will be a separate app which will tell them to notify. It's only notification of one phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
First of all, thanks for bringing this up. I think it's a common problem which all of us are facing. I just like to know, have you evaluated one more application called Waze, which is quite popular in US? It's also picking up in India. If you have not done it, maybe you can add it. It all started off by a set of users telling where the police is, because you all know we all want to avoid getting caught by the police and we don't want to pay the fines, right? We all have done it as students and you might also be doing it. So it started off as a community which started alerting where the speed camera is, where the police is monitoring, and slowly it turned up into this talking about potholes, constructions, deviations, and so on. So try to learn about ways and see what features of ways you can utilize here. And somewhere I saw that you have also put Google frameworks. Be mindful that Google APIs are quite costly beyond a certain free tier limit. So if you are talking about democratizing your APIs or your application, the cost of Google APIs will be considerable. And lastly, I just wanted also you to maybe if you have to improvise this, talk about specific ML models which you'll be using that will add strength to your idea, and consider using Open Maps API because Google comes with a cost, right? Learn about Open Maps API that is free to use. A lot of Indian companies also, you might have seen Uber and other players, they have started their own maps or they use Open Maps API. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Up next, we have code QCS. After that, team ID for the innovation icons, be ready.
Hello everyone. We are Vicious, Shravan, Vilas, and Kushi. So, our title is Paper to Public, and our area comes from the scientific research. As we have seen, and many have not used the topic. That's what the major issue we are discussing today. It's connecting the public and the paper, like the scientific research knowledge with the public. How many of you have heard of the name Diala? DIALA. I guess no one does. Like it's an AI minister working right now in Argentina country. So that as an anti-corruption minister. So it's working as an anti-corruption minister. It's an AI model. When it came for the minister, many people started asking questions like mostly rumors about AI is taking over the country already now. People looking to the country and all. They made the rumors. But what actually happened there was humans lost their trust on humans. How they are taking control of the corruption going on. That's why they have given the anti-corruption minister state for the AI. And also there are many common problems where people mistrust and misinterpret the things. Even when you people in the social media they go on saying things like do that, do this for home remedies like that. How many of them are true, false? Nobody knows them. For example, people say about eating carrot makes you makes your eyes better. You can understand that it's true, but somebody will go and saying that applying Vaseline to your hair scar will reduce the stand-up. It's not true, and we have even seen people trying that. So what we want to do is give them the knowledge of what's going to happen actually. So clarity of the problem. The problem is basically when the content creators who are spreading the knowledge, spreading scientific knowledge to the society, they are misinterpreting some context without understanding them properly and telling people what's going on. Even the recent the action which I mentioned yesterday about the notebook, which people misunderstood about that too. The open launch which launched recently in Jan 2020. Regarding that also people misunderstood very much. We want to resolve that. Relevance, this is related to scientific is misinterpreted by the content creators and the people who look after that. People don't go and read papers usually. Not everyone. Some of them just even for example for us when we go to Instagram do something, when we get educational context, we watch them. Even if it's kind of brainwashing also we watch them. And during that process, we do watch things and understand things. So while understanding, we want us to understand the things instead of just getting whatever they're telling us. idea. Unlike tools which already exist, this is different from that because this tool is like connecting scientific knowledge with society through content. So this not only checks how much accurate the content is, but also says which part of it is not proper, and it will give epistemic stand. And when we come to the originality, and this is original, and we don't want the content creators to lose their right to express. We want them to learn and say and speak to their people, and we want people also to know which is proper. And when we come to how it is how different it is from existing solution, unlike fact-checking model, models which say true or false, we will use this preserving specific context rather than labeling. Using scenario based for example, why having that video memory. So if you want to upload it, it will convert into a clip and they upload it. So if you show the percentage if the content is correct or not, then database is already existed. That will compare to that and the confidence level. Then it also contains some instruments that can also will be shown in that. If they have to include something for the, it also suggests some insert or the include, they will also show there. And after that, they can upload it on order. The impact which we can see here is like it improves the trust in the society, and it also enhances the creative after the it also needs to support the multiple languages, but not only in the sense it can combine beyond the science and finance also, and also deeper collaboration with research institutions. We can collaborate with institutes also. The cost effectiveness we can see is like low maintenance and
On what basis you are calculating that confidence score?
I have other question, Aman. Which is the industry you think that this application will be more applicable and also feasible to deploy? Okay, same question I have, Aman. One is that conference code. What is your authentication mechanism? For example, let's say today's health industry. You go to anywhere, every disease, you have all the recommendations, all the suggestions. What is true, what is not true? Today we don't know. Even we go to doctors, doctor will say that please close all the applications and only listen to us. So how are you ensuring the authentication of this data? So your app has that capability of checking that. Okay, okay. So this will be like a very relevant app. That's where, and thank you for bringing this idea.
Up next, innovation icons. After that, 40 please first tick. First tick. Complete.
Hello everyone, my name is Vijay and this is your answer. The main problem in our country is unemployment and lack of skill. So, example, I have a skill like a little bit of editing, but I don't know how to improve my editing, or no one comes to uh, teach me or something. So, we are building a platform. So, it builds a skill and improves. If you don't know anything, also it improves and otherwise you are advanced level. You can make money in that and so on. As a part of innovation and creativity, we have a lack of many skills, but we don't know which platform and what to be going through. So we deploy some skill discovery engines such as people don't know what and AI analysis, user behavior, interest, and past education content. It suggests career path and where you are lacking and what to learn. And other thing is personalized opportunity matching, which does not which can it also follows your career journey and it matches the internships and jobs in your projects and startups. It also helps in AI mentoring and interview coach, which builds confidence, clarity, and technical gaps, and which role in specific and interview plan practices. This platform has also have a multilingual layer, so anybody can learn the comforted language. Now I'll tell you how our platform works. Like I'm a user, I'll first enroll to the platform. Then I don't know anything. For example, I don't know anything. Then I take a test. First, I'll take the first the test will be like I don't know anything, so I'll get less marks. Then I'll get they'll give assignments. Then other works to do. Then I'll get growing. Then I can earn the money also. Like, clients can come hire me for not only one project. They can many clients can come. I can work for so many people, not even one, hundreds of them. If I have a capability, I can work for anybody. These are some of the AI technologies we use to build this hackathon project. First, we use some VMware, machine learning, and LLMs, large language models. For recommendation, we use recommender systems, skill-based task mapping. For speech and voice, we use S2P and text-to-speech filters. And for knowledge graph, we use connecting skills and we connect clients, company managers to the normal users. For multi-insular AI support, we use regional language support and translational localization. Impact and value support. Mainly, our main aim is about to reduction in unemployment, skill development and career growth, equal access to all opportunities, improve AI efficiency, trust, transparency and perform AI. I end up with highlighted by two magical words, done and done. Any questions? Already they are. As of now, there are many platforms like LinkedIn and as though yesterday said, Fiverr also is there. But in that, they didn't use the AI technologies. They want to use the AI technology. There is no AI support in that. And AI search engines also is not available in that platforms as of now. So we thought of innovation AI.
This is a very good thought. We also need of the other. But I would like to disagree that there is a lot of AI which goes into LinkedIn and Fiverr. But what you would, if you want to enhance your idea, take it to the next level, take it to a prototype level, you should start learning about what are psychometric tests, how do psychometric tests help in skill assessment, because that's the first level of testing which any corporate or any individual will go through, just to know what is your passion. Because a lot of us, when we start our career or even when we start 10th or 12th journey, right, we don't know what are we good at, which is very common. So there is a series of tests which are designed by the psychologists and well-known people in the field. It's called psychometric assessments. Maybe you can think of incorporating that when something doesn't go on. And the good part is about the mentoring batch. So where your recommendation engine can suggest what are the profiles in a geographical area which they can target on LinkedIn or on Upwork to connect maybe as a freelancer or as a professional, so that it also helps in generating the first level draft. Because if you just send a connection request, maybe the response might not be good. So from your tool, if it at least says that, hey, I'm Prakash, I'm trying to learn about the AI editing skills. I see that you have worked in the past. Can you have a 5-minute call with me? So that sets the context and it makes it more relevant. So those two are something which I see that which will make your idea better.
Yes, sir. As we thought of, we included multilingual language support. And often it is also known as game changer in India. As of India, many people doesn't know, like in rural areas, many people doesn't know English properly. For that also we included local languages. That is the main game changer in India. And for search engine, as you said, like career, like startups, like career building, that we need something like career opportunities, discovering something like that. Search engines. We also included in this project. I hope so.
Same from my side, I second to him saying that it's a very good thing. Maybe you can rename a solution from my side is you can rename upskilling and reskilling. Today in this way, let's not say employment itself, even the experienced people are facing same issues because you have to busy yourself all the time. Yeah, that is one section from my side. I have other passions is something that given an opportunity to implement this app, what are the cloud credits you are looking for?
Cloud credits is something I am not looking like.
I mean to say which are all the cloud facilities. For example, it could be AWS or Azure. What are the credits you are looking at? So that did you thought about it? What would be the cost of this application implementing?
Like we are not thought of any cost and all. We are main aim is to help people and get rate of unemployment.
Exactly. I mean, your vision is very clear.
Yeah.
But if you have to make it into a product, and if you need to sell, I mean, what is that organization should invest on it?
No, I think no investment is needed here. No investment is here. Like as of now, it is at first we will give free of time. When we and the growth increases, we'll thought of it. Yes, sir. But our project team needs to work now, sir, first of all. We'll go. From we'll go for government and other advertisement promotions like companies. Repayment. After our works in like when we launch this project interval, we'll get some amount of time. Like we'll go to YouTube and other startups. We'll discover and we'll learn.
So the next question from my side is, given an opportunity, have you thought about how long this will be needed to implement? Your project will be duration of how many months?
I think more than a year, I think.
Why I'm asking is, I just went military to corporate 2 days before the Madras Pakkar, where the veterans are facing a lot of problems. How should they upskill themselves in the industry? Yeah, I mean, they are really
learning is more important.
So if I get you a sponsor, you need to also think about what is the cost, what is the support, and what is the duration.
Yeah,
so that when you come with an idea, think also about the market is also important.
As of now, we don't discuss about cost and all. We mainly focus on our employment.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I have another question. Do you have any limitations saying that your application is only for certain area of technology?
No. As of their skills and their education and their interest.
So any range of
any range. In any field, any range, they can go with our project and they can sustain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Swastik, then team ID 44 by Coach Be Ready.
Good afternoon to all the judges and the guest presenter. We are the team Swastik. AI-generated voice is a major problem used in the banks. Like AI can clone a person's voice from a small audio clip. Where fraudsters are using this for transaction purposes, faking it as like someone else's voice, like bank officials or executives or family members. They're taking it as like that, and they're making a bank transactions. So we came up with an idea called an AI-based deepfake voice detection system for fraud prevention. Currently, banks are mainly focusing on the transaction patterns security, but they're not looking like for voice authentication, whether the caller's ID is mainly from the humans or from an AI-based innovations. So mainly our solution, we came up with a solution like voice detection, voice synthesizers detection. Here it will differentiate between human-generated voice or AI-generated voice or human voice. We will not directly conclude to legally give it a solution like yes or no.
function with like a warning, telling based on the risk score will generate it. Based on that, we'll give a warning to that so that the users in the banks can go for a secondary verification. Here, India is witnessing a rapid growth in voice-based banking fraud using AI-generated voice, and existing is mainly focused on the transaction, but we are going to implement it on a voice-based protection.
Innovation and creativity. Now, while operating real-time detection of AI-generated voice on live bounds, detects fraud defense area. Now I'll explain what briefly about this idea, how it is applicable in practice. From technical side, we are using tools, existing tools, which are available in resources like MFCC and patterns. These are the standard speech recognition, audio processing tools, and spook detection results. And these tools detect voice and process. We don't need any deep learning models. Normal ML algorithm can detect a voice and generate a risk score based on that. And publicly available data with the, for example, ASP spoof are available free source. So, by which we can train our model and validation possible. From resource point of view, we used to build with Python and open source audio libraries like these audio libraries are free and available. No licensed tools are required. And no licensed tools are required. And also no special hardware requirement is not required. And working prototype is achievable in semester timeline. In real world usage, it can be used in banking and banking call center workflow or personal users like risk indicator. And methods are proven. It is a prototype scope and possible deployment in real world.
So this is the systematic architecture which also explains the workflow of our application. First, the user connects to the bank. Then the bank idea captures the voice recording and sends it to the AI application. So here the AI application will produce or generate the fraud risk score. Based on the fraud risk score, there are three categories: low, medium, and high. So if the score is low, then it is decided as a safe call. If it is medium, it is majorly concerned on privacy. This application is privacy preventable. There is no problem for privacy.
What happens I get a call, right? Or if there's any call, right? How do you prevent fraud? Then you have to prevent somebody call, whatever vulnerability. Here, I don't see that it happens with call me back and say that I have Harsha and I'm trying to even say like we need an OTP, we need two-factor authentication. So just by voice, you can't do any banking transaction. So the use case of detecting a fake when a user is calling a bank doesn't seem so convincing for me.
Not the user calling bank and asking about money transaction. In the bank, higher officials call to the lower employee and ask about transaction history to transact money.
If you see the slide before, right, talking about connecting to banking IVR and so on. So that's where I see a disconnect because a hacker will not call up a bank IVR.
Yeah, yes.
But whatever you said now is correct, which is a person-to-person transaction where an IVR will never come into picture.
Yeah, we know.
So I don't see an IVR being an issue. It's more of person to person. And also you have written like tech stack is Python. So you can't be like, I make a call to you, you'll say, give me some time, I'll get back to you and so on. Because it happens on the real time. Always the hackers make a sense of urgency. They will say, you have to do this immediately, give me this, and so general manager calling and so on. So this ideally has to run on the mobile itself. So,
It runs locally on mobile.
so on mobile, you can't run a Python tech code, right? So you need to have a different tech stack to run this as a mobile app. So look into the tech stack part.
Thank you. And one more thing, in that particular block diagram you have mentioned, after detecting it is a bad call, it is bad is score, after calculating you said high, medium, and low. After that, what is the action? Yes, after the risk trigger, based on the score, it will trigger the alert to the user who are using the it will alert the user. Okay, it will alert the user and the person who are using it. Based on the
Up next, we have White Force and then Team ID 50 Eagles. Be ready.
We are team BioSmart. So today we are focused on solving one of the biggest challenges in the digital world. So that is the misuse of the multimedia content. So how can we trust the multimedia content? So today we see that every second there is thousands of videos that has been uploaded and thousands of views those videos are getting. But how far can we see that these videos that we see online, are they safe? Are they original? Are the contents are real anymore? So unfortunately we are in a state that these contents are not real anymore, they're not safe. So with the growth of technology, we can also see that there is a growth of online fraudsters or theft such as mainly the copyright theft, the deepfake images or audios and videos, and then it's inappropriate content exposure to students or children. So our AI system is basically focusing on overcoming this problem in order to detect, control and filter these kinds of things even before it is getting uploaded or even before it becomes viral. So this is a problem statement that is the rapid growth of online platforms that include copyright abuse, deepfake risk, creating the need for an AI-based detection and filtering. So before finding a solution to the problem statement, first we analyze what actually the problem, the underneath of the problem. So we found out the major challenges. One is copyright infringement. So our creator's value is reduced because of this. So someone copies a creator's value, his revenue is lost and the authenticity of the online platform is also lost. Next, AI-generated deepfakes. So as you can see there, the image there is an AI-generated image. It has so much resemblance to reality. We believe and we are fooled that it's true. And the other video is also a deepfake image where a trainer was killed, stating that the trainer was killed by one of the whale, but at the end of the day, it happened to be that it was a deepfake video. So deepfake are generated using some public figure faces or fake voices, fake faces and fake voices. So it is again the major is causing reputation damage. It is causing a fake scandal. And one such example is political example. Some political party or a member has not spoken anything, but we portray that they have said something which can cause a societal harm or it can cause societal disturbance.
Innovation and creativity. Basically, present world balancing different systems to solve different problems. For example, if we consider copyright protection and the deepfake detection, these two problems are solved separately. So the approach what we have got is that we try to combine these two problems and we develop a single AI system where these two problems can be solved simultaneously. So this the AI system will analyze the content in clear and before uploading in any such platform. So the difficulty in our approach is that the AI system will create a content fingerprints and these fingerprints will be compared to the fingerprints which are present in the database. And along with that, the deepfake analysis will be followed. And it also creates a risk score. Based on this, it will allow whether the particular content can be published or not. And then how is our system different from the existing one? Presently, the most of the systems which are there, they react after the particular content is being published. But in this case, also we require human intervention to report such videos. Like in YouTube, as we scroll on, we need to report if some content is not particular. When it comes to technical feasibility, we are using AI models, AI tools which are already existing at our level for pattern analysis. When it comes to features like copyright and deepfake detection, we exist in different platforms, but we are combining it into one platform and including it in our working prototype. When it comes to resources and time consideration, I will say we are using AI models, AI tools which are already existing. So we can buy more time there. And there is no need of using, there is no need of searching for rare or resources which are not available. The estimated budget is around 8,000 to 20,000, but most of the money is going into cloud and GPU computing. In real-world applications, we are connecting our system to the social media platforms and video platforms through APIs. So that if anyone posts a deepfake or copyright content, the user or the creator will be notified. So this is the workflow basically. So as I said, finally we are integrating two applications. Firstly, when a user is uploading a video, it stores temporarily with the video ID. Next, we are separating video and audio into frames. Basically, for example, if it's a 60-second video, so it is cut into 1 second, 60 frames with 1 frame per second. And next is the major technology we are using in order to find copyright related violations of fingerprinting extraction. So we are using audio and content fingerprinting. So basically, the background technology that is happening is creating a key hash. So it is creating a certain code which is storing the database or the content of the particular video. Now we are already having the database of the copyrighted documents. So when that fingerprint is matching with the copyrighted databases, so it is a detection. Detects where there is any violation found in the copyright. And based on the risk score, it is low risk when it allows to publish. And if it's a medium risk, so it asks for human intervention or any review. And next to the high risk, it does not allow the video to get published. So finally, we have deepfake detection. So we are using the same frames that is divided is undergoing the checks. So basically, deepfake videos and images are lifeless videos. So but these lifeless videos, we are using some life-related things such as biological movements, like eye movements, lips and facial expressions and voice patterns. So basically, eye movements is that there is deepfake videos when you observe closely frames on pixel levels, we see that eye movements, the blinking things, they do not match. Then lip sync. When you take a video, the lip movement does not match with the actual audio. So there is another technology. Then facial expression, minor facial features such as eyebrows, all these things are also noted clearly. And voice patterns. So using a voice spectrogram where frequency and time related high pitch voices are noted and analyzed. And based on this, again, we generated the report. And based on the report, we analyze whether this needs to be published or it has to be reviewed or it has to be completely blocked even before. Keep it on. I would like to add a feature scope. But the feature scope is that for now we are thinking of doing it as a backend or like a web page or something like that. But as a future scope, we can add on app, we can develop an app. And model application, usually connecting with the large platforms is difficult. You can write with integration. First, you can work on demo model as well, right? And that works. And you can use with the large platforms. So basically, when I analyze, I thought of using open source Python libraries that would be for analysis.
Softness, we have eagles. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. We are the team Eagles, and we are going to explain. Our area is about explaining the daily life problem which I faced during some days in living in Bangalore. Which is the thing if we are standing or if we are waiting for a signal at a traffic signal system, then we will be seeing some ambulance which is waiting at the same time with us. That means there is an emergency with the siren on also, but there is no, the signal doesn't turn green. Is direct because every second emergency may become more. By this, for this, we found a solution called AI based, hybrid AI based with the embedded systems, which is cloud, which we have been using nowadays. Now the present solution for this is which the government is using is the cameras, and the second one is the green corridors. Green corridors are the normally the things which they use for which the manual intervention is important for them. The manual intervention, the manual, they need the manual things. For every time, the policeman cannot be there for cannot be there for continuously there because of the manual nature, and the reaction speed of the manual nature is very slow. And compared to next one is the smart cameras. Smart cameras also have a very slow, no, not a very slow, because they have the fast, but they need the line of sight. Sorry, line of sight. The which line of sight it needs to be in the line of sight. If not, it can't see. It will be having the blind spots. When the VMTC buses or the lorries, big vehicles, they block the way of the ambulance or the view of the ambulance, the camera cannot see it. By the emergency, the camera cannot recognize the ambulance. So for that, we have introduced the new system called hybrid AI, which is a combination of the embedded systems and the AI. Where the embedded system contains the transmitter and the GPS in the ambulance, and there will be a receiver, and AI generated technology in the there will be in the traffic signal, which the transmitter sends the radio frequencies. We use the long range radio frequencies by which the frequencies will be can be detected from the 1 kilometer away also. With the range is minimum about 1 kilometer, by which it ranges. We can detect that ambulance before the 1 kilometer and before it can come near the intersection itself. By that we can do it. We can do it. From now, my friend Nayana will be continuing with the hardware program.
Hi everyone, I'm Meghaj. I want to explain about the feasibility and practicality. As we see, we are not using any new physics for this. We are just using a proven technology and which are robust modules that are ESP32 as a microcontroller and LoRa, which is a long range radio frequency generator, and which will be ranging between 1 or 2 kilometers. So, and a Neo 6M GPS module we are using for the location of that ambulance, and these three components will act as a transmitter. And in the receiver module, we will use a microcontroller to receive that signals which are radio signals, and our edge is used to optimize the green signal duration dynamically. Then the resource and time consideration, as our system won't cost more than 1,500. It will be inside that price range, and we are not digging any roads. We are not installing any towers, and we don't ask government to tear off the traffic signals, and rapid deployment. It can be installed in the existing ambulances also, and it acts the our signal boxes as a plug and play add-on, and real world applicability as the Western culture is adaptability for the discipline of the lanes, but our system is specifically chosen for in Indian roads which are chaotic traffic conditions, which people won't follow the lanes. As our technical soundness a trigger, when ambulance activates an emergency switch, the transmission means the transmitter will be there in the ambulance. The encrypted code, which is a rolling code, which will be containing the ambulance ID, direction, and a location. It will be sent via radio waves to the receiver end. Verification. The verification will be done in the traffic signal. It will verify the ambulance ID whether it is a proper ID or not. Then only it will allow. If it is not a proper ID, then it will ignore it. After that, action. The traffic controller clears the lane before the ambulance arrives to the intersection, so that we can save the life of an human which is in the ambulance. Then use of appropriate technologies that for IoT and hardware we are using ESP32 and LoRa module and GPS module as it is a Neo 6M. And for security check, we are using the AES 128 encryption with rolling codes to prevent the spoofing. And AI we are using a simple edge AI algorithm for traffic density, which calculates the time duration which is required to green light to turn on or to turn off. Next. Impact and value proposition. Expected impact as a guaranteed green light reduces the waiting time of an ambulance, and it is helpful to ambulance to drive fastly and reach within the golden hour. Then it can save a human life. And scalability and future scope. As we have this technology, we want to extend this technology to the fire engines and also police vehicles within a different priority levels, and also cost effectiveness. As we don't, our components don't need. Yeah. As our rugged hardware requires minimum maintenance compared to the cameras. Yes. Any question? Yes.
Sensors, right? Speed wise, it is having less speed. It's because it is giving more priority in distance because it's covering larger distance. So how will cope in the smart city? Because in traffic like Bangalore, speed also matters because if you're detecting the thing in less more time, then what is the use of detecting it? So I need it in speed, right? How will you do it?
We are installing the GPS model in this. Via GPS model, we can track the vehicle speed and we will AI will calculate the speed of the vehicle using the GPS. How much time it will be the green signal will be on and how much time it will be off. After passing the intersection, it will be calculating the whole time according to the speed.
How does the particular signal will come to know that the ambulance is approaching the same signal, or will it take a detour?
The direction of the radio waves. The direction of the radio will be on only when the direction of the radio, all from where the radio waves are coming, can detect it. The receiver can detect how it can see.
But it is not
the GPS also
directionless.
GPS can also detect it. GPS will be detecting the direction of the ambulance. So using GPS model, we can actually by using the maps, we can actually detect the direction of the vehicle approaching to the signal.
Okay, based on the map, it will activate only those signals which are on the route.
Yes.
So it will alert only those signals.
And not only
We will activate only those signals which are on.
Yes, yes.
Why can't we use voice based noise? Ambulance will always sound silent.
So due to the traffic jam, there will be so much noise. So that the traffic police can't hear the traffic siren, ambulance siren.
Not the police. Okay, system. Automated system. The signal. The approach.
Because of the highest mass pollution in the urban area, like biggest cities, like there are much noise pollution. For that we cannot detect which is an ambulance noise and which is other noise which is coming from. We cannot
Still, it's ambulance has a unique noise. And different frequency of sound.
Sir, if it is more than 1 kilometer range, if it is the traffic jam is more than 1 kilometer, then the ambulance siren can't be heard to the policeman which is near to that signal. So the signal can't be changed to the green fastly. So we are using the radio wave so that it can transmit fastly and the signal will open automatically without any human intervention or policeman intervention.
Did you thought about the failure conditions of this unit? Did you thought about the failure conditions of this unit? Not like a physical failure I'm talking about. Failure of the logic.
Failure rate is very less money.
What are your use cases? Let me put in, okay? There was an ambulance on the signal A where it has just crossed. Okay, it was going to the next portion of the road. Okay, there is already one more ambulance piled up. Let's see. How is your unit takes care that it allows only a particular thing? I mean, for example, let's say that the signal is always green. Okay, how can you ensure that signal traffic is also controlled and ambulance also is given a name?
And our system will calculate the traffic density. Based on the traffic density, whichever the traffic density is more, that will be.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Man, you're telling that in 2 ways the ambulance are approaching.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just asking in the general how you can ensure that the traffic is also maintained, okay, and also the ambulance is maintained. Which AI model we are talking about? Is this the current model already has this capability or you need to train that model?
So, one thing which you just expanding on the point made by Kavitha, right? You need to think of how signals just by opening up for 1 kilometer is not the solution. Because a lot of times, if you have heard of this bottleneck theory, right? Just by opening up the signal doesn't mean that the traffic becomes clear for next 1 kilometer. So you need to think more about this logic. That's where she was talking about what are the failure points. Have you thought of more about than just opening up the signals and the ultimate solution? Second point is that you also need to kind of analyze how does today BTP does use AI, because a lot of AI is already being used. We might have read in paper like if you don't wear a seatbelt, you get a challan. If you don't wear a helmet, you get a challan. So there is already a lot of AI being used in our cameras which are installed within the BTP. So it's called VAC, Vehicle Active Automatic Control model is there. Learn more about it and try to see what you can re-implement and what additional capabilities are needed. I'm pretty sure it will be a good idea. And to start with, maybe you can have some pre-configured hospital destinations already embedded into the machine, so that, like, take for example, if an ambulance is starting from your college, You don't know whether it will take Anjanapura route or it will go in the holiday village route. The GPS module might give you some direction, but only after it starts moving 200 or 300 meters, right? But if you have like pre-configured hospital addresses already entered into the system, if the driver says I'm going to hospital number 1, already you know the route, predetermined route. So it makes it more easier or predictable on what route the driver might take. So think of these considerations. It's a very good idea. So these considerations will make it more feasible for a prototype. Okay, thank you. You know that ambulance has 4 different sirens. So it usually comes with 4 different sirens. And each one has a different meaning actually, and also the fire. So maybe you can consider this information using your yeah.
On to the last thing, Uro logic. During the we are the Uro logic. We are just present our good chain version 2. Our answer for the time that is the on social media in the age of hyper realistic AI videos. The post-truth era is here. The truth is no longer theoretical. Generative AI models like Sora, VO can create video evidence which is indistinguishable from reality. The failure of current system is that we are playing constant cat and mouse game with AI generators. And they fail completely in voice detection or manually deepfakes. And they can't get voice cloning properly. The impact is very devastating because of this. From financial fraud to identity theft to legal evidence tampering. As we believe, we don't need a better detection. We need something. To solve this, we have pivoted. In round 1, we propose a simple detection system. In round 2, we present version 2.0, which is a multi-model defense ecosystem offering dual layer but resilience. Our solution operates on a simple equation. Biology give you a truth. We don't rely on just one check. We combine 2 powerful layers. Layer 1 is the intelligence layer. This uses AI to determine the biology and the physics of the video, like sync RPPG, PRNU, and spectral analysis. The layer 2 is a trust layer, which determines the C2PA metadata and the hashing system of the file and the LSB steganography. After we thoroughly check the technologies, we will get a verified batch. Let me explain you the technologies over here. Sync RPP. When your heart beats, it pushes blood to your entire face simultaneously. Your forehead, your left cheek, your right cheek will get the blood at the same time. When AI generates a video, it focuses on chunks of data. It focuses on features independently. To what RPPG is, it detects the heartbeat of a person in the video via pulse. PRNU. Photorealistic photo response non-uniformity. When a video is shot from a sensor or from a camera sensor, it has a minute like sensor deviations or manufacturing defects.
For example, a pixel will be 0.01% more sensitive to light than another pixel. But when AI generates a video, it will generate a clear and not so good output. It can't generate the minute manufacturing defects when the video is taken from the camera sensor. And we basically use PRNU for the cases where the humans are not there and objects are present to detect. For example, like a building on fire, where the humans are not present, and so that we can't run the sync RPPG over there. And spectral analysis is used where we analyze the audio over its frequency, not on its volume, over its pitch and frequency, not on its volume. So when a real person speaks, he has natural or organic harmonics. He takes breath. So we can we can differentiate from AI and real. In what AI does is, it is also very good, but during high frequencies, which is above 16 kilohertz, it struggles to give a realistic result. So it adds a metallic artifact in the steganograph. So what spectral analysis does is, it decodes the audio and gives a heat map of the audio waves, and then it sends it in our AI model for checking whether it's real or fake. And in the trust layer, there is LSB steganography. So what we do is, instead of storing the hash file separately in so we inside the pixel we store the hash data. So even though the video is compressed or forwarded or cropped, the metadata might delete, but the pixel data will stay. So we can keep the track of it, whether it's original or data. When we try to edit that, the hash changes immediately. So we can know that the video is altered. C2P metadata. It is a global standard which is used by Adobe, Intel, and IBM. So what they in C2P metadata, it has the three major information: who has made it, from how it was made, and when it was made. So by using that, we can globally set a common standard instead of giving our own data. And binomial layer is thing that it is for the user end. So our idea was to store the hashes in the blockchain, but to contact to the blockchain, we need to pay a gas fee or transaction fee via crypto wallet. Users basically doesn't have a crypto wallet, so we introduce a binomial layer which does the work, the payment work on behalf of the user to verify. So it is like a toll-free number where user comes to the binomial layer and binomial layer stops on the blockchain, and it's a mediator between the user and the blockchain. After conducting all these analyses, we give a verification. Any questions? Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah. So when we, for example, let us imagine this screen, and a person is taking a real, that's an in that real video screen, and the person is recording. When we record the screen, a certain Moiri pattern will be captured from the camera sensor. That will be got from our frequency analysis model. And even though if it's a real video, when it's shot in the phone, it cannot pass a sync RPPD because it searches for the blood rush in the human face. No. the image slideshow and this content. And what we are seeing is the AI generated videos or AI until the videos which are not like for example, if the video is real and the audio is mismatched using AI that it can detect, or even the dubbing lip sync. It also verifies the lip sync of the audio and the video. So if the video is real, then what we check is whether the photo which you're saying, 5 photos, if it has altered the 5 photos. For example, let's take 5 photos of 5 people. We run a sync RVR. If it's not altered and if it's just put together and the video is real, it will pass a sync RBBG test, which analyzes for blood rush. Whenever our heart beats, blood rushes to our face. And in the sync RBBG test, that video is there. So we split into 3 channels: red, green, and blue. The green, when we focus on the green channel, because hemoglobin in our blood absorbs green, making a pulse. But if the AI generated the photos by itself, it will be a flat line. Yes. If it's AI artificially altered, it will flag it. If there's no problem with the video, then it won't. Yes, sir. So the AI, the deepfake video is generates, like for example, a CEO announcing bankruptcy for his company using Geo and Sora, they can generate music. Those deepfake videos.
Only if it is 5 photos, it's only 5 frames.
Yes.
Normally, a video will have a FPS, 30 frames per second. So there you see that all 5 frames are unique. Yeah, only 5 frames.
Yes.
If you generate a video of 5 frames, then it will be more like a 5 FPS.
Yes.
That's all. Easily you can distinguish.
So these we can easily, but which are more complex, which looks distinguishable from the reality, that it's hard to distinguish. That in our model comes.
First of all, very realistic use case. And I would like to say congratulations, you have thought really end to end. And whether it is practical or not, we don't know, but your thought process, I would like to appreciate that you have put your thought that where it can go wrong and what can help. Yeah. One question from my side is how do you ensure that, these kind of powerful tools, right?
Yeah.
Put it into public is very, very difficult. Yeah, because some things people want to go it as a rumor. Okay, fake things have to be in the world. Okay, how do you ensure that your application is not hacked? What are the security systems you have where it cannot be hacked and it is a foolproof?
Now the analysis they can't be from the structural. Now if you can see over here, it's real time. After we analyze the data using this, the data is deleted. We are using blockchain over here, immutable ledger. When we take a video and insert using LSB steganography, we insert the hash of the video file into the pixel. We store that hash in the ledger. It's a blockchain ledger. When we store, for example, like Polygon EOS, Polygon layer 2, when we store it in that, even we can't, after storing, we can't change it or we can't erase it. We can't tamper it.
That's an ideal situation you're talking about. I'm talking about saying that your system was hacked. Okay, is there any weakness or what are the elements you have taken care that the system is not hacked? When I say hacked, a video, it is a fake video, but it passes through all your systems and finally it says that it's a genuine. Okay, what is the proof you have that even somebody hacks, you don't get that verified genuine?
Ma'am, even they, ma'am, hacking all of the gates is practically not possible. Even if they try to hack,
think the last gate is hacked. Last gate is hacked. Your all 5 layers was not hacked, 5th layer is hacked. What will you do?
ma'am, when 5th layer gives, it is genuine. When it, like, you know, it gives a probability score that is genuine. But when all the others, when it will be suspicious, no, the AI will, what does? All others has given it a bit down, but 5th layer has given it up. So it will go like, for example, I uploaded the video. So it will send me human verification is required. We are not sure whether it's real or fake. Okay. It will come when it's not, when it can't determine or when it's compromised, it will ask for human intervention. Okay.
Other question is, you have named it as 2.0. Is there a 1.0 already available?
Yesterday we have pitched only this technology. Today we have enhanced it and we have included PRNU, spectral analysis, and LSB steganography and C2P and metadata.
Okay. Other question is, you are talking about very, very high technologies everywhere. What is the cost of this app? Somebody has to.
The cost of this app is, it, as per our research, max to max it can go 18,500 per month.
That's maintenance. You mean to say somebody has to pay 18,500 per month?
No, to build this and to build this, basically it is, we have to run the RPPG technology for 1 day. They will charge 1 rupee 50 paisa.
Okay.
For and that we can run the 5 videos. If you want to increase the limit, they will charge us more. If we take it for like per day some 20 videos, they will charge some 40 rupees or 50 rupees. And the PRNU, that doesn't require any money because it's what PRNU does is it compares the real photo and fake photo where the digital fingerprint. Like when we take a photo in a digital fingerprint due to the manufacturing defects, but in a frame it is mathematically generated, so it can't generate that unique fingerprint. Or the minute imperfections. So PRNU will analyze, is it from a sensor or is it the noise in the video is sensor noise or a uniform noise? But when it's uniform, then it's AI. Because real life can't be uniform.
Thank you.
As Kavitha said, really good to see that you have got deep into the image and rasterization technology. What I would suggest is talk to some of the experts whenever we have court cases where we have to decide whether this is an AI generated video versus a real video, right? What would happen is, suppose if we take this mobile phone as an example, this sensor will have some imperfections. Only maybe a Samsung employee or a Samsung expert can say, go to XYZ part of the video and we have a pixel which is not working because it was manufactured in the X series or Y series. Okay, so when you talk to the experts, they will give you ideas about how do they do the fake detection versus the actual video. And initially, we were trying to explain using the physics, biology, and math combination, which is quite good. If you have to simplify it further, you can also take this example. When we started doing animations, animations were all done by hand. The Tom and Jerry cartoons, right, is the best example. People started writing it on a sheet of paper and they used to flip the paper and record it. So it used to look like it is moving. Actually, the cat or the mouse is moving, right? In the same way, what AI does today is nothing but an animated movie which is being generated for us. So if you have to tell it very simple terms or a layman terms, AI videos are nothing but an animated video. Real videos are something which has real world imperfections, which only a human can detect. But that intelligence, when we start feeding it to a system, that's where AI will start acting like a human and it will be able to detect. So that makes it easier for somebody to understand. But I'm pretty sure if you talk to any deepfake expert or somebody who's quite deep into the video analysis, they'll be able to give you more ideas out there.
Yes, sir. When you said, for example, the camera manufacturers of Samsung M22 or an iPhone, so feeding, there are lakhs, not lakhs probably, or thousands of mobile phones, thousands of cameras, thousands of ways to record a real video. When we go ask everyone, everyone manufactures a camera lens in a different way. So what we do is we just collect all the data which is real and we train it and we collect the fake data which is generated by AI to distinguish it, because calibrating it for every brand is very hard, no, sir, and that is not practical also.
So that's what happens in a real world scenario.
Yes,
Like if somebody says this is not me and it is not a real video, right? When they go deep into the analysis, they see, okay, where the video was shot, which device.
Yes, sir.
Let's contact the manufacturer, let them come and verify whether this is an authentic footage or not. So at least if you take one or two, three popular brands and try to understand what goes into the science of identification, it will really help you to train the model.
Yes, sir, that is a big we have considered. And the data which you have seen, in which phone it has, in which camera sensor it has been shot, when it was shot, it will be in the C2P metadata, sir. Any other questions? The name was very good. Can they came up? Can they present now? Can they present now? No. Thank you, ma'am.
Come to an end of IndiaAI 2026. I thank Dr. Dilip, Assistant Professor, Department of EC, and Professor Ravikiran ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of CSE, and Professor Sumedha ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of AI&DS, and all the panel members for actively judging this IdeaThon 2026. Thank you all. This was for a 10-minute tea break and get back. Everybody, please assemble by 5 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. I request the panel members to occupy the seats on the dais. I also request the moderators to continue occupy the seats on the dais. A big thank you to all the teams for their enthusiastic participation. We now move to a highly significant section of the summit, the panel discussion on bridging industry and academia and AI-driven perspective. This discussion will focus on aligning academic curricula with industry needs, emerging AI skill requirements, research collaboration, and real-world problem solving. Before moving forward, I would like to introduce our panel members for today. I extend a warm welcome to Shri Harsha G. Sir. I request Professor Tanushree ma'am to welcome sir. I now invite Sahana to introduce Shri Harsha G. Sir.
Good evening, everyone. It is my privilege to welcome our panel member, Mr. Harsha J, an experienced AI-driven product leader with over 19 years of experience in B2B SaaS, working at the intersection of agentic AI, large language models, and data science, particularly in the automotive and supply chain domains. He has led AI strategy, product roadmaps, and digital transformation initiatives across organizations such as BSH India, NTT Data, CAMS Data, EE Connectivity, Techion, Nissan, Volvo, SAP, Oracle, and TCS. His expertise spans AI product development, predictive analytics, and supply chain solutions, also enterprise SaaS platforms. We are honored to have him with us today to share his insights and experience. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Harsha G. Thank you.
I extend a warm welcome to Srimati KAVITHA PS and I request Professor Tanushree ma'am to welcome. I now invite Janvi to introduce Srimati KAVITHA PS.
Good evening, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce Mrs. Kavitha Pierce, a technology leader at the forefront of automotive software evolution. As Deputy General Manager and Head of Software for Display Products at Continental, she leads the AutoSAR Center of Competence and shapes next generation user experiences in connected mobility, spanning automotive displays, head-up displays, and automobile AutoSAR platforms. With over 18 years of experience across Continental, Tata Elxsi and BOSCH Global software technology, Mrs. Kavitha brings deep expertise in embedded systems, UX platforms, and lean agile product development. Her leadership uniquely blends technical excellence with people and organizational growth. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mrs. Kavitha.
I also extend a warm welcome to Shri Vijay Reddy SP sir and I request Professor Tanushree ma'am to welcome sir. I now invite Janvi to introduce Shri Vijay Reddy sir.
It is my pleasure to welcome our panel member, Mr. Vijay Reddy SP. He brings around 18 years of experience in the automotive industry and has been associated with Bosch for several years in the customer facing field. He currently serves as system developer and specialist, leading commercial vehicle CNG and diesel projects and coordinating FMEA activities for JLR powertrain systems. He has strong expertise in engine management systems, functional safety as per ISO 26262, system development, testing, and validation, and has worked with global OEMs including Scania, Eneco, Tata, Ashok Leyland, Volvo, and Mahindra. He also holds 2 patents and has extensive experience in complete software development lifecycle activities. We are honored to have him with us today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Vijay Reddy S. Thank you.
It is time to introduce our moderators. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Professor P.S. Geetha ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of AI&DS. I request Professor Sumedha ma'am to welcome. I now invite Nayana to introduce Professor Geetha ma'am.
It is my pleasure to welcome our moderator, Professor P.S. Geetha ma'am. P.S. Geetha ma'am is an enthusiastic assistant professor with 13 years of rich teaching experience. She has strong expertise in programming languages and data science, having taught subjects from C, Java, Python, and R to data structures, DBMS, NoSQL, and data visualization using Tableau and Power BI. She brings both depth and dynamism to this session. We are delighted to have her as today's moderator. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor P.S. Geetha ma'am. Thank you.
I extend a warm welcome to Professor Ravikiran sir, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE. I request Professor Sumedha ma'am to welcome sir. I now invite Janvi to introduce Professor Ravikiran sir.
Mr. Ravikiran B is an assistant professor with over 12 years of combined teaching and industry experience. He holds a BE in Electronics and Communication Engineering and an MS in Electrical Engineering, with expertise in digital signal processing, machine learning, biomedical signal processing, and embedded systems. Having taught 4 subjects like DSP, digital image processing, signals and systems, and engineering statistics. He brings strong technical depth and clarity to his role as today's moderator. We are honored to have him with us today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Ravikiran.
Thank you all. We shall begin with the panel discussion now. I request the audience to actively listen and engage. Thank you.
Very good evening to all present here. So first of all, I would like to thank the panel members for taking their time off during the weekends. It's not easy to take time off during weekends, I know, sir. So thanks once again for coming. And to set the context, I request you all to just let the students know how AI has transformed during the last few years, especially 5 years. All the panel one by one. Can you just let us know how AI has transformed in the sector in which you were part of for the past few years?
Definitely, there is a lot of question into our basis of daily work actually. So in our industry, so especially coming from the automotive domain, so basically we do have software development as well. And so in a software development life cycle, so we have the AI penetration right from the analysis, requirement analysis, with the validation as well. So being like for the coding part, so we have many tools to analyze or even generate the code with understand the code. So we have certain tools and special even for the validation, so test case generations. So basically, common and it gives you a overview of what could be the possible test cases which you can implement, which you can run through. So this is definitely helping a lot, and also people to learn, also to align with sync up with, say, to have a uniformity, because many people will have different thoughts. So the AI is enabling to bring a unique say way of working. So definitely there is a lot of usage, and with the help of AI, we see some amount of improvement in the performance of the actions.
So yeah, I also similarly share the experience from sir. Like I'm also from the automotive industry. We have already heard. So I would put it into three elements. What is that the AI has really taken over as I would put it like customer, product, and people. Let me categorize it like how the AI has really gone forward. So sir has already taken into the people into the consideration. He said that's something. So now let me go to the product level. So the products, I mean, as a car, you see the outside, maybe it is same from the 10 years before and 10 years after. Maybe you see the same car outside, I mean, driving and everything, but the inside the intelligence, it has grown a lot. Yeah. So now let's say that ADAS, I mean, it's a fancy word, what we see here, or user experience. It's a very, very fancy word. But when you see the intelligence back of it, it's no more static. Everything is coming very, very close to the dynamic. Yeah. When I say dynamic, the algorithms are not static. I mean, whatever we were showing us today, the use cases in the automotive industry also it has same and it has gone into the products also. Yeah. Second thing, now third thing I come to the customer. Yeah. So let me put like today customers, yeah, expecting faster, cost-effective, technology-oriented, and be efficient. Yeah, and you know the disruption you would have already seen. I mean, 5 years before when we were talking about China, okay, China products, we used to have a smile in our face saying that what is that China can do today? Yeah, but the entire disruption what they have got it today, we are not able to compete with them with the speed, cost, efficiency, and also technology. Yeah, so I would say that the customers are also expecting us to be more efficient, yeah, using AI applications. Yeah. Coming to the people, sir has already said, to be efficient, I mean, I would say using AI, immediate benefit is efficiency, longer benefit or byproduct would be the speed. Yeah, just only using AI, you can't get the speed. First, we have to be efficient. By using the AI application, we have to be more upskilled, yeah, reskilled, and then we can show the speed. So I put it like this: there is a lot of growth in all three elements. Yeah, and that's how I hand over to the Harsha sir.
Yeah, I would just pick up on the industry part because it's easier to correlate and explain it to you. What you see today is not a car, it's a computer on wheels. That's what we say in the industry. You are no longer driving a car, you're driving a computer which has wheels. So inside a car, there are multiple sensors, MCUs with edge computing coming in. You will also have a server running inside a car. So you have computer running on wheels, but if you talk specifically about how AI or how far the industry has gone, you can refer to this YouTube video when we were working in Volvo. Just to demonstrate how good is our AI, we conducted interview of candidates in a roadshow. So we asked the candidates to come sit inside the Volvo car. The Volvo car auto assist used to start the interview. It did the first level of interviews for around 10 to 15 candidates in the roadshow. That was to demonstrate how good the AI capabilities are and how the auto assist work. In the same way, in the next few years, talking about how easy the driving has become, what was done is we put a rat inside a hole, and whenever the rat moves, the 8-ton truck used to just turn. So it was to show like how good is our powertrain drive and how easy it is by using technology. So in that way, you can see a lot of machine learning algorithms and AI is already getting productized. And if you would like to know more, subscribe to those events like CSE event or NADA events. You'll get to know what's going on in the industry, what's the future coming up for the next 5 to 7 years. Second part, what is it at work? Today, I no longer make notes in my meetings because AI does it for me. So if I open up Microsoft Teams and start recording and tell it to transcribe the content and also make tasks or action items out of it, it already does it for me. Earlier, it was a job of a project manager or a scrum master to do it. And what used to take 30 days or maybe 3 months to make a POC, now it's matter of maybe if you're very good in vibe coding, you can do it in 3 to 5 hours. But if you're learning vibe coding techniques, maybe you can crack it in 3 days time. So gone are the days where you used to say like I need 1 month to develop a mobile app. If you know how to do vibe coding, maybe you can spin up a mobile app within minutes now. So learn more about vibe coding. That would be helpful. How it has changed to me as a day-to-day life, right? I no longer plan my travel itinerary. Maybe if I have to go to Bali or even Northeast, I just go ask ChatGPT that I have so and so dates. These are my styles. I'm more an adventurous person. I want to take an aircraft, fly from Bangalore to Guwahati. These are the dates, and what is that you would recommend me as an itinerary? ChatGPT does it for me. And I just don't do it in one tool. I do it in multiple tools. Maybe I go to ChatGPT, Cloud, or Perplexity, different tools I do it. So in that way, I also there is a reverse mentoring also happening. So like ma'am talked about upskilling, right? We also learn from you. We get to know what are the new tools, how to be better, maybe in video editing or making better reels, because those are also skills. Those are also employable skills today. So there is reverse mentoring happening wherein we learn from you and you learn from us, and that's a healthy exchange of knowledge and information. So that's what I would say as a three-dimensional thing.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Kavitha, I have a question for you. Traditionally, we've been seeing AI as a dominantly computer science-based technology or a tool. But we see that the applications are numerous in pretty much every field of engineering and even in science. Can you just explain to us how in non-CS streams, for example, whether it could be electronics or civil engineering, mechanical management, how are these how is AI being integrated into the workflow, and what are the opportunities for graduates from those streams? How do you just
Sure, sir. It's a really tough question for me because I'm an electronics student. Okay. I'm not a computer science student, yeah. Electronics student and working on electronics from past 20 years. So I would put it like this. If I'm not wrong, the question is how the AI can be integrated into the non.
Yes, can be, or is it currently being integrated into the workflow in civil engineering or mechanical engineering industries?
Okay, so I would put it very, very generic way. Yeah? AI is not related to the computer science. We have to decouple both the things. Even in the industry, it is followed in the same way. Okay, so and I would say that AI as a learning or AI as a skill, it could be needed for every engineering student. Reason behind it is we spoke just now, right? All three of us, we spoke how the AI has evolved. Yeah. So let's take mechanical. You will have numerous topics where saying that it could be you are doing a PCB design. Yeah. How we look at AI is how can I make my day to work as easy as yesterday? This is the question. Am I smart enough today than yesterday? What is that AI? It could be engineer, sorry, it could be electronics or it could be computer or mechanical. So let me put it in this way. AI is relevant for everybody. Yeah, sitting in front of computer and on the dais, all of us it is applicable. Yeah, and second thing is we need to start looking at saying that in our work or in our studies or in our learning, which portion of it I introduce the AI into my lifestyle, which portion is it cannot be through AI, or how can we empower or how can we see that AI can help us better every day so that it could be helpful. So I would say that AI is needed for everyone, yeah, independent of the streams. And it is also in the organization, AI is a horizontal line. I mean, I can only talk like this. We say vertical, horizontal. When I say horizontal, this is still across the products. Yeah, vertical is a products. Yeah, if I have answered.
Basically, just to summarize, we would like to say AI is more of a tool that can be used in pretty much almost all verticals in
Yes.
any field.
Yes.
So everybody would benefit from learning
Yes,
concepts and
exactly. So, for example, let me correlate as a project management. Yeah, if I say project management, it is not for a computer science or electronics or mechanical. Even you are any student, you can become a project manager. It is also same. If you have, everyone should have AI skills, but where to apply, where not to apply, over the time we will discuss. Yeah. Thank you.
So I hope civil students, mechanical students have heard that. So my next question is to Vijay sir. So you have been part of AI solutions from design phase to deployment stages. You would have been a part of it for the past few years. User. So I would like you to highlight the students about the technical and non-technical challenges you would have faced during your tenure in the industry.
Yeah, I will start with non-technical. So non-technical is like, I would say it's a people mindset. So when it comes to AI, so they usually in this current situation, people have fear that they should not be moved to AI, so that they might lose jobs. So there is a fear also with them that AI could be replacing them. So, but in reality, it is not so. And also, people think that so, but they are not aware of the advantages right now. So it is taking time for the people to understand what is the real usage of the AI. So basically, it is the mindset. So that is the advantage we see. And coming to the technical part, so it's basically the tool maturities, which can't rely completely on that. So I come from the safety domain, so we may not be say say confident enough to use the tool in every aspect. But there are specific domains which we currently do not use it. So as the maturity levels are very low, so that is one of the challenges.
My next question is to Mr. Harsha. Since you've been involved in development of AI and the implementation in many different fields, this is something of a more pertinent question that unfortunately we don't discuss a lot about. How do you address these major issues which we pretty much overlook, the issues of data security, data privacy, user privacy and security, and more importantly, ethical consideration? We talk a lot about AI, we talk about it pretty much every day, but very rarely do we mention this. So can you just highlight some of the important topics and how do we address that?
Yeah, certainly. So I'm like how Kavitha ma'am said, like she's an electronics engineer, right? I'm a mechanical engineer, but I'm into IT. So, but I also have an advanced diploma in cyber law and cyber forensics. So there were some teams talking about cybersecurity and cybersecurity related hackathons, right? So this will be quite interesting and relevant for them about what is data privacy and privacy and ethics. So whenever we talk about AI, right, there is a lot of training which goes on to tell what is ethical and non-ethical for AI, because AI fundamentally is nothing but pure mathematics. So if somebody wants to learn AI from the basics, right, when we talk like M1, M2, M3 in engineering, I think going forward when colleges like these become more autonomous, maybe we'll have AI1, AI2, AI3 also. Because you need to learn what sits fundamentally, what is the mathematical model which is kind of deciding what is right and what is wrong. Because models are not perfect, because it is evolving over a period of time. So the same thing happens when it comes to the ethical framework also. Just as a hypothetical example, I'm saying like marrying more than one person at a time is maybe considered non-ethical here. Maybe it is considered ethical in Saudi Arabia, right? So how does AI know that if you're answering to a person from India, if you say that if you have problems with your wife or husband, maybe you should try to settle it out and not look for another marriage, right? I'm just telling you hypothetical scenario. So what is ethical in one place might be unethical in another place. So AI should be trained to tell what is ethical specific to a person from a particular region, from a particular background. So that is what AI training is all about, to say what is ethical and not ethical. So that lot of training goes into that. Second, coming to the privacy part. So it is very important to know the fine print. So whenever we log in into any website or whenever we create a user ID, we have a pretty lengthy 12 page or a 25-page document talking about how do we use your data, what do we do, how do we process your data. It might not be easy for all of us to understand the legal terms and implications of the privacy policies, but it is also important to know how your data is being used after a certain period of time. So India is becoming very strong in this. So we have something called as DPDP Act, Digital Privacy and Digital Protection Act, wherein as a person where I'm providing data to some entity, I have a right to say that please delete this data after a certain period, like say 6 months or after 3 years. There are rules wherein they can't hold that data for any purpose for eternity. They have to also delete it. So try to understand from where this AI model is generated. Like if you know DeepSeek is a Chinese company versus OpenAI is an American company. Look at what is friendlier for us. What would happen if I feed in data into an AI based out of China versus based out of USA. And lastly, try to keep all your requests to the AI model as anonymous as possible. Try to act as if you're asking for a friend. Try to simulate another fictitious character. At least what I do is I use maybe 2, 3 email IDs. Like in one email ID, I'm a developer. In another email ID, I'm a family man. In another email ID, I'm just trying to analyze the stock market and so on. So read the system to your advantage. Don't try to feed all the data into one persona, as we say, right, in a typical IT terminology. Don't try to feed in everything so that it can construct a complete picture or a model. It shouldn't know like Harsha is an IT person working in Bangalore having so and so assets, because it might use the data against you later on. So don't give complete information. Split the personas, have different IDs, and try to use specific to that. And in a AI terminology, we call it as a mini LLM. So mini LLM, what happens is it becomes very specific. When I'm talking more about financial market using one Gmail ID or an ID, right, it thinks that I'm more of a financial advisor or an analyst, and all the responses will be tailored accordingly. So try to split it in that way so that your data is also safe, and delete data, or your go to your settings and delete data so that you know that your data is not being used for other purposes. But on a very broad level, try to understand what privacy policy talks about and use judiciously. That's what I would say.
Thank you.
Ma'am, my next question is to you. So when I was in UG, there was only now if you see, we have BCSBS, BCS, BAIML, AI&DS, so many branches, CSLI branches. So I would like you to tell us what are the AI related roles that you are looking for, you are hiring, and how do they differ for students across the branches? So, I mean, when I come to the AI roles, right, I said you already that AI is horizontal. It's no more vertical. Yeah. So, when it is horizontal roles, okay, we have to differentiate two things here. Okay, one is something that we will have a team who develops all these AI applications. Okay, who need to have a deeper understanding about LLM models, their security policies, yeah, and which model is better for which application. Yeah, for example, Azure is for what, or AWS is for what, or ChatGPT is for what. So that kind of differentiation will be there. So these are all called AI developers and AI scientists. Okay, these are across the board. So it is not like I can only relate saying that we have a product line called user experience, for example, and we have a product line called agent systems. Yeah. So we will not differentiate saying that he is an AI developer for user experience, or she is an AI developer for agent system. They are the AI developers across the products. Yeah. And there are AI scientists. Generally, they are the senior people that the AI. Okay. Now, you had a question saying that how these students can fit into there, right? Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, let me put it like this. There is a small intersection between the or interdisciplinary which is required. Yeah. Let me put it like this, saying that for a product, or let me take functional safety, what Sir was talking about. So, there is a person who has to do a functional safety analysis. Yeah. So the element is very, very important is that what I see missing in our organization, also in the AI developers, is that I am like a pure AI developer. You give me a requirements, I'll think like a very, very AI person and I give you the solution. Today, even I was missing on this stage, yeah, saying that I give a solution about finance. Okay, there's an AI application about finance. I present to all of you. But what I know about the finance, what is the technical knowledge I gained about the finance, where I can say that this application can work. This was missing in some of the ideas. So I would say that you should always have that intersection where saying that a person or a mechanical student, let me take like this, okay, mechanical student, you should have a knowledge on this AI topics plus your mechanical topics to become an AI developer for mechanical products. Yeah. It's a pure AI developers. I don't see that you can sustain in the artificial intelligence. Okay, and I don't see a mechanical engineer who is doing PCB design or manufacturing or anywhere without knowing AI. Those person also cannot sustain in the industry. Both cannot sustain in the industry because the AI developers will only talk very, very hypothetically. Yeah, saying that you don't think like whether this gives a result. You propose a solution. The tool will never sustain. Even it is a much, much powerful. So, sir was telling about non-technical challenge, right? A mindset. You develop a tool and nobody uses it, or nobody thinks that this will be helpful. You have to go to that end user perspective. What is that end user is looking from this app and integrate that applications to that, then only you see it as a realistic. Yeah, I take one more example. We talk about pharma. Yeah, the tool was so powerful, saying that you talked about polynomial prices, or you talked about everything, market, everything. But again, you need to know the reality, saying that how would I deploy this tool? Okay, what is it farmer is looking today? You have to go to that reality plus the AI. So I rephrase it. A mechanical engineer without knowing AI, sustaining in the industry is very difficult. AI student doesn't know about any elements of the
mechanical or civil or electronics, sustaining the industry is also. Hope I answered you. Thank you.
Mr. Vijay, my next question is to you, and this is quite a common topic when our old timers get together. We see a huge gap between what is the industry requirement and what is the actual academic curriculum which we see in our engineering, primarily engineering colleges anyway. So, and what happens is that usually most of the time the syllabus is relatively outdated. So how can academic institutions balance this or try to make up for that gap? In case of autonomous universities, for example, they can introduce new courses, but some of us which were tied to the university, we have to rely on their curriculum. So how can we address this gap and how can we try to reduce this gap?
Connection between the AI and other domains like mechanical or civil. So that is the gap, I would say. Basically, the gap is the domain. So currently, we are looking at only on the AI topics, how to implement. It's all about the AI. But what industry is looking at is the usage. And the usage is it is spread across various domains. It's enormous now. So there are thousands of domains where AI is being deployed. So as Kalta was pointing out, so this is what Reddy means. If you can't survive if you don't know the domain. Means knowing only the AI is not knowing about the domain is the biggest gap, I would say. So that is what currently the industry and the academia has the gap.
I mean, so I work for a product line, but I'm also a project manager for the industry academy. Okay, so let me put a very because I've been working this topic from 3 years. Yeah, so I have seen a many elements on the what is the gap. Yeah, let me say like we hire an engineer or a person who was just out from the university to the organization. We invest minimum 6 months to 9 months to bring that person to the industry ready. Yeah. So till the time, I mean, I don't blame the curriculum. I don't blame the universities. It is how we have built it. As Sir was telling that we don't have a freedom to change. Yeah. So now industry is looking at saying that, as you know, we have to be smart and cost effective. Okay. If I have 100 students in my organization in a year, then I have to invest 6 months of time, but the customer doesn't pay for the 6 months. Yeah, it's my organization who has to pay for them. 6 months of effort for 100 engineers. You can think about it. It's a huge cost for this one. And where is this cost going to? The product. The piece per price for a product. So I sell for 100 rupees a product. Because of the 6 months, I might increase the 5 rupees more. So the end user has to pay 5 rupees more on this product because we are not industry. Okay, so making this statement clear for all of us. Now we are all looking saying that how can we reduce this time period in the university or GT, we call graduate engineer, yeah, training. Okay, how this trainee can become an industry ready as fast as so that we can reduce this cost for a product. Okay, so I mean I can look at two elements. One is like you say that the freedom to change is difficult. So what we do is we go to the universities and we say that these are the 3 skills. If the engineer or a university can invest to develop them before they define the organization, this would help is what we say. But if you say that we are like tied with our hands that we can't do anything, I would say that we also have a social obligation responsibility from the organizations where we come to the universities, give a TED talks, give us sessions. Okay, so for example, we 3 are here because of the social obligation and responsibility. So we can also do that exchange with the organization saying that what is that university can do beyond the curriculum where the engineers can come to the industry ready side. This is the two ways what I can look at it. Yeah. Okay.
I had my personal experience here. Actually, many people ask me mechanical engineering. So basically, most of my colleagues are from electronics background, but I'm not from the electronics background. And I was the one who was able to fit there is because of the I had a passion about the automotive or mechanical. So that is where I could able to bridge that gap. So that's my personal experience. So being a computer science engineer and automotive or mechatronics topics. So this was very easy for me because my interest was more on learning the domain.
I would like to ask one question, ma'am. Shortage of time, so we can cut short the question. So my question is, how important research publications and or contributions to open source projects for entry-level positions in your organization? Like when you are hiring the students, do you look for whether they have published any papers or they have done any research work or they have submitted any projects in the platforms like that? Do you look for it or not? Because we usually ask the students to publish papers in the projects and we ask them to upload it in the GitHub. When you are hiring the students, do you look for it or not?
Thank you for bringing this. Let me put it like this. Yeah? Definitely, doing a technical paper, I have not done anything when I was student. Yeah, but if you are doing it, it is always a star on your cap. Okay, let me put it like that. I would say that I really want to congratulate the universities because they give a forum for you, give a helping hand to you to bring that technical. At our time, I'm talking 20 years before, yeah, it was like given a choice. They say that if you have time, you can do it, if not. But today, every student has at least a helping and a forum to do that. Definitely, it's an advantage. I don't discourage this because it's also a target for even you join the organization. Okay, we have SAE. I'm not very sure if people know about it. SAE is a forum where you can submit the technical paper presentations. Yeah. So we have three types of career paths when we join an organization. Till certain level, we always say that we are the techies. Yeah. After that, we always say you have a technical career path, project management career path, people management career path. So if you are chosen to be a techie, yeah, in your life where you want to keep understanding the technology and keep contributing to the technology, technical papers are always keep you line. Okay, that's very, very important. GitHub Copilot is also a very, very powerful one. Sorry to say here, we were not able to deploy successfully in our organization because of certain mindsets. But if you can bring mindset already saying that this is working for us, this will work for this organization, definitely that will be an advantage. But more what I say during the hiring, yeah, what an industry look for this. What is it you understood when you writing a technical paper? Yeah, technical paper or open source project. What is that your understanding on the topic or understanding on the problem statement is what we look at it. Because even you join us, we might not look for a very fancy projects or fancy topics, yeah. We always get a question saying that the thought process, the design thinking, it's very, very important, I would say. The design thinking and problem solving, yeah. You do simple topics also. Whether you have the design thinking and the problem solving skills is what organization will need. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, about that. Mainly, this is all the panelists. Again, just like a closing question. Any advice or inspiration or any particular highlights or any suggestions you would give to our students from both CS and other branches so that they can have a successful career with AI? I cannot say career in the AI anymore because AI is everywhere. So what would you suggest? What skills they can take? What courses they can take? How to upskill themselves so that they can have a very good career opportunity and a career growth in the future?
So, like Kavitha madam was saying, right, having relevant uh, goals for learning is very important if you want to get absorbed into corporate. And there is I think, a popular concept, or you might be already knowing. Today, the world is moving where learning is publicly demonstrable. So, when I say publicly demonstrable, if you know coding well, what are your GitHub repos? If you know DSA well, how many videos have you created to explain DSA to somebody else? It's not just if you are good as a person, it is sufficient. Because what is the metric to evaluate how good you are? It is by publicly making content available so that others find it useful. And only when you make your learning publicly available, it is a best way to showcase that you know something. And coming back to the question, like, what is that will make as an AI professional if you want to transform yourself, right? In industry, we use this term a lot called time to market. So you are coming from the campus to corporate. So if you have to reduce your time to market moving from campus to corporate, right? All that we look forward is make your basics of your engineering plus AI stronger. Learn how to write good prompts. Learn how to make publicly demonstrable projects, prototypes. Contribute to problem solving techniques within your campus or outside your campus. You need not think something quite big, which for you don't have resources. Start small, even fixing something which you can see in your day-to-day life, and teaching that skill to somebody else is going to make you invaluable asset. So that's what I would say. You start small, start solving. That's when you become more and more repetitive. You'll understand how to identify a problem and solve it, because the corporate world is all about looking at what is as a problem and giving solutions to it. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much. I would put across 4 buckets. Yeah, what is that you guys can focus on it is first is the end-to-end knowledge. Yeah, if you say I know, when you want to claim to anybody saying that I know this topic, it should be end-to-end. Yeah, not like I have a certain thought process. After that, if you don't know the blind spot, you leave it to the air or you leave it to the artificial intelligence. Yeah, you say that this is my problem statement, this is my solution. The solution, whatever you know is you say, and whatever you know don't know, you say that artificial intelligence will take care. Yeah, let's not do that. Yeah, let's say that end-to-end learning is what industry is looking for, even it's a simple topic. Yeah, and second bucket I want to say about resilience. Yeah, what I see today is any buzzword in the industry, I'm back of that buzzword. I say artificial intelligence, I'm back of it. After 3 years, I say something else, I'm back of it. Yeah. Instead of that, we say that, I choose a topic, as far as studying that, I have chosen a topic that mechatronics is my area. Yeah. Have a passion towards it and do a complete learning. Even when you go to the organization, I'm not just only telling about 4 years of engineering. Even after that also, I always see that every 9 months, my engineer will come and tell me saying that I'm bored of the work what I'm doing today. I don't know, when I was in BOSCH, somebody says that I am doing this work from 25 years. I don't know what motivates that person, yeah? Lot of resilience. I say, and the person will say that every day I'm learning something new on this. What am I doing? Yeah, I would not say that's an extreme German how he thinks about 25 years. I don't know how he motivates himself, but I would say that resilience. Have that resilience with you saying that I have chosen a technology. I want to learn this technology. Let me put what I have gained from this technology and then only move to the next one. Yeah? That's the resilience, I would say. The third thing is about the passion, which I have also covered about it. And fourth element, I would say that the value dependency. Yeah? When I'm with an organization or when I'm with a university, what is the value creation I have given to this university? I'm been here 4 years. I have given a platform today to sell my idea. What is the value I have given to that? Yeah, even in the organization, what is the value I have given back to this organization? Where the organization is more benefited because of me. We need to think every day saying that did I made a value today? Have I given a value to my organization? If it is yes, I would say your job is done. So have all these elements with you. I would say that none of the organization will leave you, or the university also will add value. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I would put it in a very simple way. It's basically logical thinking. So also try to understand about your product. So have when you learn about the AI, you know only how to use this in a product, but also you need to understand the complete usage of the product and how can you sell that product as well. And also another thing is the domain. So always think about the domain and various domains. You may be interested in many domains, or maybe interested in one particular domain. So try to have a logical thinking or question, have more questions in your brain that how does it work? So why does it work like this? So this will be like you can always day to day, you can anytime you can keep on thinking, you can keep on questioning what you see everywhere. So it's just a questioning yourself. So why, how, so what is the reason? So then you will try to understand that more about the system itself. So that way it would actually help you. So that way you can even bridge the gap between what you are studying in the theory and what you are seeing in the product.
We have time for a couple of questions if any students have any for the panelists. It's not every day that you'll get to meet such people from the
Hello, sir. I'm Vijay from Electronics and Communication. I'm applying to join for a car manufacturing company. So what kind of project I have to make in my final year?
So as I said, right, projects could be like if you want to take AI ML as an example, stress in a driver, like because of fatigue, what would happen is driver fall asleep. So if you have to convert it to an AI ML language, I think somebody was talking about you can detect the stress in the face, your eyes become smaller. So that kind of triggers an alarm and the car maybe slow down or it stops, things like that, right? So these are the practical use cases which will not just demonstrate your learning of AI ML topics, but also application of an existing problem for which you are trying to find a solution using AI ML. So these are some of the broader areas: lane detection, crash prevention, stress detection in drivers. So these are the areas. What you can also do is go to any ideathon kind of a sites, right? You have a lot of ideathon sites specific to every car manufacturer. You can submit an idea; they will also fund you back. There are startup cohorts wherein you submit an idea and they fund your these are some of the things where you can look at domain specific and application of electronics or AI, ML, or whatever fits your expertise, right? That you can do. But in order to start that, you need to, as you have rightly chosen car as a domain now, right? Within the car, you have a lot of things again. So pick 2 or 3 topics, see what are use cases out there, and try if you can give a solution using AI, ML, or electronics as a POC there.
Okay, thank you.
One more thing to add. So when you say as a car manufacturer, so it has additional parts. That is a manufacturer, OE, as well as supplier. So you need to bifurcate whether what is supplier doing and what is the manufacturer doing. So you need to understand what is the role of the manufacturer and what is the role of the supplier. So there are various suppliers who does different supplies for the manufacturer. So that is where you need to figure out whether you really want to be a supplier or it's a manufacturer.
Just add on there, and then two ways you can also think about it. You need not invent something new. Okay, the existing solution, how you can make more cost benefit. You can also think about it. Okay, so because even we do whatever we supply to the OEM, what Sir was telling, we are the tier ones. So we keep thinking how we can make a small portion of anything low cost than last time we given to them. So this is one way you can see. You need not always think something new. Yeah. Second thing is something you think about India market. Okay, which makes you more scalable. I would put it like that. Yeah. So India market, because we know what are the constraints about the infrastructure we have. So coming up some solutions how we can, for example, ADAS. We are not very successful even ADAS level 2. I hope you understand what ADAS is. So how we can make because infrastructure is not going to change in India. Okay, how we can get more features. Yeah, where the end customer has to pay. You give any feature, you have to think that whether the customer will pay for this feature. So think about India market. This also makes you very attractive.
So 3 years before, AI was introduced in smartphones. Until now, we have given 3 features for free, like AI, eraser, expansion, in video noise, and only 10% of the AI is on the way. 90% is cloud. How are they able to afford this? Because let it be Samsung or let it be Indian and everyone are doing it. And it to actually do it very costly. Obviously, how are they able to do it for free?
So I was talking about the privacy policy and data, right? So this is where it comes into picture. If something is free, you are the product. So what they are trying to do is you are the free trainer for their AI models. So every time you try to erase and chair from an image, and if you say it will ask for a feedback, thumbs up or a thumb down. Whenever you give a thumbs down, the AI model or it will flag like it was not a good response, it was a bad response. It will try to understand why you gave this feedback, whether you were not satisfied and so on. So these companies are able to afford giving these features for free is because we are all the testers. We are actually helping them make their product better. And second part is why is it taken to the cloud? Because computing power in a mobile device is very limited. I don't want to clog the computing resources on trying to do something, and I don't want to put my AI logic into every device because my AI logic keeps on changing day by day. You would have seen if you take ChatGPT as an example, like 1.5, 2.5, 3.0. So every 2 or 3 months, new models get released. So if I ship a mobile with 1.5 model, and if I have to do called OT, over the air updates, OTA. So if I want to do over the air updates, it's costlier and it is also not feasible to do such updates. So that's the reason when we send this data to the cloud and send it back. And second is more easier to control which model gets applied where, in which region and so on. Third part is we are all working free for them. So we are making their models better so that they can sell it commercially to someone. So whatever models we are training today may be sold in defense sector or some other sector, saying that it has been tested by millions. We can do X, Y, Z things for you, and it's going to cost some few millions. So that's how they're able to do it.
Yeah, sir, but we have like more than millions of people using it. Sir. Like, how are they able to reach to everyone who are using at the same time? How are they able to
So this is where core computer science logics will come into picture. We call this in an industry terminology design for scale. So when we talk about using AI application, maybe we'll think that 100 people will use it, or like somebody was saying, right? I think you were only saying, okay, if I do 5 videos, it will cost me 40 rupees if I do 1 video. So when we start designing in the corporate level, we think in millions and billions transactions. Take UPI as an example, right? The best example. How can every Indian still do UPI transactions? We are beating MasterCard, Visa in terms of scalability and reliability. Maybe today a MasterCard transaction might have 0.1% of failure. They are also having 99.99%, but we are almost nearing 100% assurance that your transaction will go through. So that is where core computer science concepts will come into picture. So it is all designed for scale. So latency is reduced, scale is built in such a way that everybody feels like the response is immediate. But behind it, it will be like maybe hundreds of engineers who are working every day to make sure that things work in a very faster scale. The best example is you would have seen the World Cup on Geo app, right? It will keep showing 4 crore people watching, 6 crore people watching, and that too in HD mode, 4K mode. How are they able to do it? Those are the typical examples of system designed for scale. So if maybe you want to do it as a project, it might be easier for 1 or 2 to access it. But when 100 people log in, concurrency issue, latency issue, and your scalability issues will problem.
I love actually the introduction to continue, but because of the shortage of time, we would like to conclude the session. Before concluding, I'm sure students would have gained something in this interaction and will use it going ahead. So, thank you so much for being part of this panel discussion. I request you all to take the first row in the seat.
And all the panel members kindly come to the dais.
now with the most awaited moment of this program, the announcement of the result and prize distribution ceremony. I sincerely appreciate all the participants for their dedication and innovative ideas. Each one of you has contributed to the success of the event. To present the awards for the third prize, I request our esteemed panelist Harsha J to give the prize. The third prize goes to team ID IDTHN 2026-050. Team name Eagles. Participants and a color from VC department. Now it's time for second prize. Now I request our esteemed panel member, Mr. Vijay Reddy, to kindly come forward to give away the second prize. The second place goes to the team ID IDTHN 2026-018. Team 18. His name is Belarus. The team members are Nayana, right? Sorry, from CSE department. Now for the most important one. The cash prize of 3,000 for second place. Now, for the most innovative award, the first prize. Any guesses? So, with a time which was decided by all the panel members, judges. So, it goes to two teams, team 44 and team 33. Ravikiran B A and Tanushree. The cash prize is 5,000 amount. I request Ms. Kavitha to give the prize. Now, I request team 33, Budo Logic D. Dilip Prasad, Villa Fame, Kirtan Kumar, and Srisha from AI&DS department. The cash prize is 5,000 amount. Cash will be given by Balaji sir.
request principal sir kindly give the moment of to all the panel members. I request Mrs. Kavitha ma'am to kindly come forward for the momentum. I request Mr. Vijay Reddy to kindly come forward to receive the momentum. I request Mr. Harsha to kindly come forward to receive the momentum. I request Principal Sir to say few words about the event.
Oh, thank goodness. More people will get more. Morning, yesterday I mentioned, today morning also I mentioned. Those of you who are not in a position to be in the top 3, don't get disheartened. As I mentioned, the failure will be the stepping stone for your next success. So I hope all of you enjoyed yesterday and today thoroughly. I do hope that you had a lot of interaction with the panel members. And I was told that morning 2 sessions were really good. I was, due to some problems, I was unable to present during the sessions. So I'm of the opinion that you learned something from these 2 days events. So with this, my sincere thanks to my esteemed colleagues, HODs, who struggled hard to make this 2 days event a grand success. So my sincere thanks to jury members for accepting our invitation. You know, today is a Saturday. Okay, in spite of that, they spared their precious time. So came to our institute, judge you people. Okay, on behalf of KSSEM family, my sincere thanks to each and every jury member. So with this, my sincere thanks to each and every one of you, okay, who contributed for the success of this event. Thank you very much. God bless.
I hope from 2 days since yesterday today you enjoyed, I know. But this is happened just from past 5 to 6 days. Before that, we didn't have any plan regarding this India-US summit. At the moment, I requested principal, he said just go ahead. So big thanks to our principal. And thank you very much for your support. After principal approval, we will requested by management, they also agreed and they accepted, approved every budget, everything. So big thanks to our management, president, secretary, and entire management. And also, I would like to thank my dear colleagues, all employees. This event is organized in association with all the branches. I think all of you observed this. So big thanks to all my colleagues. I know many of them scolding within 1 or 2 days of how to register the teams. So my dear colleagues, they forced in the classes, they made it mandatory to register, but still this is for you people only. Okay, please don't mind. At the moment we decided not to conduct this, but this has happened because of my dear panelists. At the moment I requested them, they are here with us. Thank you very much. One more, let me conclude this. Without network, we can't do anything. This is happened today just because of the network. So you people take this key takeaway from now onwards. Be in touch with everybody. Keep your network, build your network. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. As we come to the successful conclusion of the India AI Pre-Summit 2026, it is my great privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks. Today's summit has served as an excellent platform for knowledge sharing, innovation, and meaningful collaboration in the field of artificial intelligence. And its success is the result of the collective effort and support of many individuals. First and foremost, I would like to sincerely thank the college management, KS School of Engineering and Management, in their absentia for their continuous support. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal, sir, for his constant encouragement and guidance. Thank you, sir. My special appreciation goes to our panel members, Mrs. KAVITHA PS, Mr. Harsha GS, and Mr. Vijay Reddy MP, for sharing their expertise and contributing thoughtfully to the discussion, making the session highly engaging and informative. Thank you all. And I also take this opportunity to thank all the heads of various departments for their continuous cooperation and support throughout the event. Thank you, sir. Finally, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the faculty coordinators, teaching and non-teaching faculty, participants, volunteers, and students whose dedication, teamwork, and enthusiastic participation made the summit a grand success. Once again, I thank each and every one of you for being the part of India AI Pre-Summit 2026 and contributing to its success. Thank you all.